NBC Sports and the United States Golf Association present a national championship. Today, final round coverage of the 101st United States Open. And Championship Sunday in the heartland of America. And for the third time, Southern Hills in Tulsa, Oklahoma decides it. 1958, 1977. What's in store for 2001 today? We do know this. Harry Maxwell's rolling, demanding layout will dish out a familiar final round U.S. Open challenge. Thick rough, slick, undulating greens, and the usual intangibles tested as well. Unnerving patience, unwavering confidence. Hard to sustain through 4 days. Now you have to put all that together again on Sunday to be called the U.S. Open champion. And these are the men closest within reach of this coveted championship. After third round play yesterday, Retief Goosen and Stewart Cink for the first time will play in the final pairing in a major championship here at the U.S. Open. Tied for the lead at 5 under. Goosen from South Africa has had at least a share of the lead here through the first 3 rounds. Can he hold on? Right behind him, Sergio Garcia at 4 under par. The 21-year-old Spaniard looking for his first major championship. Mark Brooks won the '96 PGA Championship, but it's been 5 years since he's been in this kind of cauldron. He's also at 4 under, along with Rocco Mediate. Mediate and Garcia will play together today. And Phil Mickelson, is this finally the day that he wins the major? He's just 2 shots back. David Duval, don't count him out. He's also in search of the first major championship. He is 5 back. Davis Love III is 7 shots off the pace. On an open course, a lot of things can happen, so you never know about these names. Tom Lehman there. Corey Pavin is there at +3. And Tiger Woods. How far is too far back? Well, he's 9 shots off the pace, and Tiger Woods will begin the quest, unlikely as it is, in just about 10 or 15 minutes from now for his 5th consecutive major championship. And we welcome you to our coverage. Dan Hicks along with Johnny Miller. Tiger Woods got his name on this trophy last year, Johnny. And if yesterday he needed a minor miracle, he needs a major historical miracle today. And we're not talking just 65, 64. We're talking about record number he needs to post today. In fact, it was 28 years ago today when you posted the miracle at Oakmont, the 63. You came from 6 shots off the pace. Arnold Palmer, 7 shots off the pace, the largest final round comeback. I mean, Tiger's got to go low today.
He does. If you study that leaderboard, -3 could very well be the number. You've got 6 guys at -3 to -5. Really, if you analyze that thing, Goosen and Cink, if they both shot 72, that's a good round under open pressure. And Garcia and Brooks and Mediate, if they shoot 71, that's a good round. So, and Mickelson, if he shoots 70, that's a good round. That's -3, folks. That means Tiger Woods is going to have to shoot the same thing I did at Oakmont, which would be 7 under. I shot 8 under, but it's a 63 is what he needs, and that's a possibility. He needs to get off to a good start and have no let-ups and make some putts, and like he says, get some good breaks. So it's not out of the question. If any guy could do it, it surely is Tiger Woods.
Well, we saw the 64 turned in by Mark Brooks. And you'd certainly think, with the caliber of player that Tiger Woods is, able to pull off shots that no one else can, that there might be a 63 or a 62 out there. It's just doing it when it counts the most, and he's been able to pull that miracle off before.
His stats tee to green are the best in the field. He's 2nd in greens hit. He's very solid off the tee, very accurate, not a long hitter, but Brooks is, like you say, got the major championship. He is looking very good right now and seems very confident. And then you look at even like Stewart Cink. I was so impressed with Stewart yesterday. He starts off bogey, double bogey. Looks like he's gone. He's going to shoot 78 or 80. He comes back, and here he is sitting at -5. What a great round of golf, and that comeback could bode him real well. He's got the perfect game for a U.S. Open. He hits the ball very straight. As Rocco says, he's straight, 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 boring, and straight. But really, Cink says he's actually turned it up a notch or 2. He's down the middle on the sprinkler heads, he says, but he's going for a lot of the hole locations and trying to make birdies and not just play percentage golf. So that could work for him or against him if his game is on or off.
Lots of great stories, lots of twists and turns still yet to be unfolded on this leaderboard today. Our broadcast team, Gary Koch and Bob Murphy on the towers, and as always on the course, Roger Malpe, Mark Rolfing, and Ed Sneed. Jimmy Roberts will be handling the interviews for us here and on the golf course, and we'll be checking in for any rules interpretations that may come up with the executive director of the USGA, David Fay. So let's get you out to the golf course, give you an idea of how it's playing at the par 3 14th. The third shot from the rough for Vijay Singh, who got off to a good start today. In fact, was 4 under par through the first 11 holes before picking up a bogey at the 12th. A birdie at 13, though, but more problems at 14 as we go to 17 and pick up the second for Nick Faldo.
Playing much better as of late, and but you can see this week not good. Plus 15, and that's why he's plus 15. Those kind of shots, perfect unforced error there. I mean, perfect lie, and it goes into the bunker, front bunker.
Well, 12:45 local time. He is the next group off along with Padraig Harrington. Is there a miracle in store for Tiger Woods? We're about to find out.
The 101st U.S. Open is brought to you by Lincoln, American Luxury. By Delta, who asks, how do you want to fly? By Fidelity Investments, we can help you see yourself succeeding. And by TaylorMade Golf, for every player there is a club.
A little more than 2 hours from now, Stewart Cink and Retief Goosen begin the final 18 holes here. Maybe, barring a playoff tomorrow on Monday. And then Rocco Mediate and Sergio Garcia playing together. Just one back, Brooks and Mickelson at 2:25. Tulsa time as we go back out to the course, and 17 for the third shot now of Nick Faldo.
This is in a bit of a swale. There's a mound here, and then there's a thing here. So the hole is in like a little hollow, which means players today, later in today, could knock it stiff here if they hit a perfect shot. But this is an awkward stance, and it might be buried. I can't imagine it being up in the face of that bunker unless it was buried, which means he's got to land it about right here to get it close. Well, I guess it wasn't buried. Came out nice and soft.
Kind of fun to get the early scouting report. If you're watching at home, you've got a couple of hours to see exactly the nuances, how tough this golf course plays here at Southern Hills. Over to 6.
Par 3, 185 yards today. That's Hal Sutton's tee shot. Back left hole location, bunker in play, creek to the left in play.
Surprised he hasn't played better in Opens, Gary?
I am. Just 3 top 10 finishes in 17 of them. That's surprising as straight as he drives the ball. We go to 8.
And this just earlier, Tom Kite from the right front corner. This is about 3 first downs away. Up and over the hill. That's why those fans sit there all day just to see one of those. Good on you, Tom Kite. He's made 3 birdies in 8 holes. And there you see oldest U.S. Open champions, Tom Kite there at the age of 42. And that could be one of the youngest.
21-year-old Sergio Garcia could be the youngest champion in this event since Bobby Jones won the title back in 1923. Very entertaining to watch, very flamboyant, and very colorful. So will it be Sergio Garcia's day today? He'll tee off a little bit later on as we go back out to 17, and Nick Faldo for his par. And over to 15.
That is the second shot for Vijay Singh at the 412-yard par 4 dogleg left, and boy, that is way right. And you talk about an interesting putt. Ooh, that one will be fun to watch. Let's go to the first tee.
Well, Mark Rolfing is with this Woods Harrington group. What's the feeling on the first tee, Mark? Because you never know what this young man has in store.
I'll tell you, Tiger looks very good to me right now, Dan. He has been in a pleasant mood, it seems, all morning. Came out on the tee here, shook hands with all the walking scores, all the observers. And I think, you know, has a feeling like he can go out and shoot a low one.
There's the line.
You know, he's done everything else in golf. It would be fun for him to make a comeback like
starting
this.
time from Dublin, Ireland, Padraig Harrington.
Harrington at +4, like Tiger. But look at the large gallery that Padraig will be a part of because he happens to be playing with Mr. Woods.
Good opening hole. Elevated tee shot, 454 yards. You want to hit it just inside those bunkers there. Want to get off to a good start, hitting the fairway. It's important for Tiger Woods, who's pushed it twice in the right rough.
And from Windermere, Florida, the United States Open champion, Tiger Woods.
And if you're wondering, his lowest score in a major, he turned in a 64, 7 under par, third round, 97 British Open at Royal Troon. So the numbers we've talked about, the possibilities we've talked about, not too far-fetched.
Well, here's a little change in the venue. He's been hitting the iron in there and not hitting the fairway. Now he's going to go with the driver, and he's got to aim left. He's been hitting a lot of balls to the right this week. See how this is doing?
Johnny, this might be the most important shot of the day, I think, for Tiger, because he has not hit this fairway the first 3 rounds and bogeyed the hole twice.
I think that's not a bad play for him, hit driver. Even if he hits it in the rough, he can hit a high wedge.
So a much more aggressive approach from the get-go for Tiger Woods, and that is exactly what it's going to take today.
We're at the par 3 6th, and this is Hal Sutton's putt for par. Remember his tee shot through the green. Oh. That's what happens when the greens are so quick. Ball must go in the center of the hole. We move over to the par 4 15th. Vijay Singh with a very interesting putt here. He'll have to play 7, 8 feet of break. Now it'll start turning dead left. Look at this. Look at this. Vijay Singh. His 5th birdie in the last 9 holes. Moves him back to 4 under par for the day. Has not made a par yet on the back 9. Unfortunately, it's all a little too late for Vijay.
Well, you can log on to NBCSports.com for comprehensive coverage of this championship. Get the latest scores and news, and check out a special section entitled Tracking Tiger. That's what a lot of the folks out here at Southern Hills are doing right now. And Tiger Woods is playing with Padraig Harrington. And like Vijay Singh, Padraig Harrington, Mark Rolfing, was out very early here in Tulsa at Southern Hills practicing.
It's going to be interesting to see just how the pace of play works in this group today, I think, Johnny, because as you know, Harrington is a very deliberate player. And I would think most of the time Harrington's going to be playing first on these holes.
Well, you can see they're having a serious conversation between him and his caddy.
He's only got 128 yards. The wind is right at his back now. Not a huge factor, but certainly a factor.
Not a good angle, you can see. Hole location way over that right side, over the bunker. Might have to play it left of the bunker. I don't know. Yep, he's played a little left, but the green runs away from the players. Very unique. Mentioned it yesterday. The only championship venue I can think of where a green runs away this severely on the first hole is at Oakmont, which is probably the hardest opening hole in the world.
And even though Harrington's off the mark in his opening hole here, leads that European PGA Tour in greens and regulation. He's 5th on the money list over there, and now Tiger Woods is 2nd. Just a 361-yard drive, huh, Mark?
Well, he's only got 93 left. It's not a very good lie over here, though.
He's in where the crosswalk starts. Going a little Sky King, huh, Mark?
Oh, it is a mile in the air.
That's a good one. But you can see the pitch away, and not a hard pitch shot at all. He could knock that in.
Well, as Tiger Woods walks up to the first green, we go to Jimmy Roberts. Jimmy?
All right, thanks very much, Sergio. I've heard it suggested that perhaps one of the reasons that you're playing so well this week is because you kind of haven't realized the importance of this. You're too young to kind of understand how crazy this really is. What do you think of that?
No, I don't think so. I think I certainly know how important this tournament is, and for sure that's why I win it the most. So I'm here to keep playing well and to try to get the trophy. But I know what this is all about, and you know, I just want to accomplish some nice things today.
What has clicked for you in the last month to make you play as well as you've been playing? 3 top 10s, including a win.
Well, I think that I've just been practicing hard with my dad. We've been practicing my wedges a lot. If you notice in the last couple months, my wedges have been a lot better. I've been hitting the ball a lot closer to the holes. And, you know, I'm just driving the ball pretty well, so everything is clicking a little, and of course the putter is working a little better too.
Very, very well. You're driving the ball. Best piece of advice that someone has given you for this final day?
Nothing. Well, I just saw Davis Love, and he told me play well and keep having as much fun as you're doing. You're doing great, and I said thanks. Same thing to you.
Well, you certainly seem to be having fun. Best of luck. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks.
Well, Sergio, a field player, and the feeling has definitely been there. The last 3 PGA Tour starts, all top 10s, including the win at Colonial and the tie for second at win at Colonial, his first PGA Tour win, Johnny.
Yeah, it's great stuff, and that drive we saw him hit at 5 yesterday, who's going to forget that? Almost 350 yards. He's an iron to the front edge of the green on a 642-yard hole. That was incredible. So, of course, his game is pretty much driver and wedge when you got that kind of distance.
Back out to the first and the third for Harrington. Mark?
Both he and Woods through the green here with their second shots. Harrington with a good lie, plenty of green. And this first green pitches from front to back, so he is now chipping it back up the hill. Johnny, the wind has really started to pick up out here right now, which I think is something that's going to help Tiger.
Yeah, if he can be really on his game, but obviously it's not any easier for Tiger than anybody else, but gives him a chance to maybe have the leaders. Instead of being the -3, it might bring -1 in the equation. But this is makeable, Mark.
No question about it. It's a pretty good lie. Doesn't really have to worry about it racing away from him too much because it's uphill.
See pretty fluffy common Bermuda grass there he's hitting out of. Boy, it was in the hole, just a foot short, dead on the line. Good start, Mark, from the right rough.
It'll be a tap-in 4 for Tiger. He'll remain at +4, though 9 shots behind as he heads over to the second. 15.
Second shot for Tim Herron, who's going along nicely today at 1 under par for the round. But it's been an interesting week for him, guys. He has led the field through 3 rounds in greens hit and regulation and is dead last in the putting statistics. And it's been kind of an indifferent year for Herron. Just 1 top 10 finish at the Kemper Open a few weeks ago. And I guess we'd have to say that probably putting has been the downfall. Back left hole location here today at 15. It is a good one. Very difficult to get the ball close.
Easy to keep it under the hole if there's any good news, huh?
Well, it is easy to do that, John, but then that leaves a very slow putt. Well, not bad. That's not bad at all. We'll go back to 1.
And Harrington for his par.
4 feet. He's got to start it just on the right edge. Important putt to start the day.
It's not an easy putt to read, Mark.
Harrington, 29 years old, from Ireland, former Ryder Cupper on the 99 squad. And now Tiger Woods to clean up the par 4.
I'll bet these two will be looking at each other again in September at the Belfry, Dan.
Could happen. So Woods and Harrington head over to the difficult second at +4, and we'll go back to Jimmy Roberts.
All right, Dan, thanks very much. Stewart Cink has arrived at the golf course. And Stewart, all week long, it seemed that you've been so, I don't know if lighthearted is the right word, but certainly calm. That would seem to be contrary to the way feelings would be running this week. Have you, in fact, felt that way, and why?
I guess so, Jimmy. I felt pretty calm all week about the way I played and the golf course and all the deal that goes on here with the big tournament like this. And I can't explain it really, but sometimes you just have a good sense of calm, and I'm pretty proud of what's happened so far. And I I just don't really feel like there's any reason to let up.
I would imagine you're proud. 3 rounds in the 60s. What, if anything, will you be telling yourself today? What's the most important thing for you to remember so that at the end of the day you're able to accomplish what you want to?
Well, I just have to remember what I've done so far, and not just this week, but all the way back through my career when I've been in the situation, and that's to just remember that it's not any different than any other round, that I just have to take it one shot at a time and keep with my game plan and my strategy, and never let myself get into future circumstances.
You sleep okay last night?
I did. I went to sleep just fine, and as expected, the kids woke me up this morning, and it was great. They gave me a little present for Father's Day, and I was happy, and we got to wrestle around on the bed a little bit. So it's been a great day so far.
All right, thanks very much. Let's go on out to the course to the second hole.
Thank you, Jimmy, and we'd like to wish all the dads out there happy Father's Day as well, as you set up this hole, Johnny, the par 4 second.
Well, you can see it's one of the signature holes here with number 12 and number 18, 3 great par 4s out here. You can see the fairway sloping heavily right to left. There is a creek on the left if you quick hook it, and if you can hit the ball in the fairway, you can run it onto the green, and there's a chipping area left, front, and back of the green brings the creek into play. Second toughest this week, 4.4 average. Going with the driver again.
How's that look, Mark?
Headed up the right-hand side. Gary just fading a little, needs a soft bounce. And I'll tell you, you have got to play this golf course out of the fairway, Gary. He's going to have a tough shot over there again.
This fairway has been the second most difficult on the golf course to hit. Players hitting it just under 50% of the time. And now we go over to the par 4 16, 491 yards, longest par 4 in U.S. Open history. Second shot for Vijay Singh to a very difficult hole location, just 4 paces over the bunker. Oh, look at this shot. Oh. So Vijay will have a very makeable putt to get to 5 under for the day. Vijay Singh with this downhill putt for a birdie. It'll be moving slightly to his right. This for his 5th birdie on the back 9. Vijay to 5 under par for the round. Now just 3 over par for the championship. So Johnny, Vijay is showing us that there are some low scores out there today.
Well, he was a guy that a lot of people picked, including myself, to challenge Tiger, and he got off to a slow start. I bet you he wishes there were one more day, Gary.
So now we're back at the second now, and looking at the predicament of Tiger Woods, Mark.
He's got a tree with about a 4-foot diameter trunk 20 feet in front of him. It's directly between himself and the hole. He can either play a low fade or a low hook, one of the two. But Johnny, as you know, it's tough to curve the ball out of the rough.
Well, like he said, he hasn't really gotten the breaks this week. When he's hit a bad shot, he's paid the price.
Well, if he weren't 9 shots behind, there's no doubt he would pitch this one out, I think.
Looking to the right, going to try to play the low draw. Just be careful. There's a collection area behind and then a creek right behind that.
Hit the tree. Hit another tree and another. It is over by a concession stand, going to be about 70 yards short and right of the green. I'm surprised he took that ball up so high.
Well, Tiger Woods still struggling, and through 2 holes, or on the second hole, we'll watch the reaction to a big gamble. Ball hits the tree. Where'd it go? Well, Tiger not having much fun. Welcome back to NBC Sports coverage of the 101st United States Open Championship at Southern Hills, Tulsa, Oklahoma. You see our last 3 groups set to tee off in about another 45 minutes or so. Some good names near the top of the leaderboard. Players anxious to get out on the golf course and try to make a run at the leaders, Retief Goosen and Stewart Cink. And we'll go back out to the second. And Mark, how about an update?
Well, the last of the 3 trees that Tiger's ball hit actually helped him because the ball came straight down. It's not a great lie in the rough, but he's actually got a pretty good angle back to the hole. Had it gone past that tree and over toward the concession stand, he would have been blocked by another tree up in front of him. So it's conceivable he could get out of here with a par.
Dangerous over the green.
It's very dangerous. Bob May hit one from over here yesterday that landed on the back edge of the green and ended up in the hazard.
Well, in this back left hole location, there is a little low area just short of the hole that will funnel balls off to the left of the green as well.
This one is not going over the green, that's for sure.
So Tiger with a very lengthy putt. He's going to try to save par here at the second.
Gary just hasn't been able to get off to a good start yet. He's been over par pretty quickly in every round.
Well, the start here at Southern Hills, Mark, is not very easy, that's for sure. There's some first two holes are good holes. We see Mark Brooks arriving at the golf course.
Looks relaxed, Gary.
He does.
Cool. Got
Kiss
the t-shirt
from his
on.
wife and daughters.
Well, Mark hopes he stays as cool as he was in his second round when he shot a 64, and it featured a real impressive up and down at 18 from the bunker, and this was the putt for par for the 64, the second lowest single open 18-hole score in this championship's history. And it's the lowest open score here at Southern Hills. There he is talking with Harrison Frazier, fellow Texan. And at age 40, Mark Brooks hopes that this is his day for another major championship win. There are the low scores in the championships through the years at Southern Hills. Brooks tops them all by 2 and back out to 2.
With Padraig Harrington and this Mark a long birdie putt.
It is, Gary. It's going to turn to his left. Gets very speedy down toward the hole.
Padraig obviously respecting the speed. Comes up about 3.5, 4 feet short. We'll go ahead to 17.
Second shot for Vijay Singh. Ed Snead is there.
That's from 139 yards. Just a good hard 9-iron. Little against the wind. What a round of golf Vijay has going today.
Look at the scorecard. 2 birdies, 3 and 7, and again 5 under on his round today as he was out in 33, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more birdies. If he's able to finish birdie, it would tie that 63 that you posted, Johnny.
In the last round of an open.
In the last round of an open.
He could do it. He's going to probably make the birdie at 17.
Back at 2, Tiger Woods with this long putt for a par.
Well, that's a tough hole, Gary, but 40-footers for par certainly aren't what Tiger wants at this stage. Needs to be a little careful about being too aggressive.
So Tiger Woods will record a bogey at the second. Certainly not the start he's looking for. We see the best rounds of the day. Vijay Singh 5 under par, Tom Kite 3 under, so there are some good scores out there. We'll be back in just a moment.
Might we see something historical out of Vijay Singh? This for birdie at 17.
Easy putt, just left center.
Vijay's got it. And he is 6 under on his round today, but the toughest hole at Southern Hills awaits as he goes for perhaps a 63. Needs to birdie it to post a 63 in the final round of this Open. Let's take a break a little bit from the play of golf right now. And more than 100 years, the United States Golf Association has been the governing body of golf in America. Not only does it serve the 156 participants, including Vijay, in this year's open field, it also strives to serve all golfers of all abilities to further promote the game. And we welcome to our 18th tower the president of the United States Golf Association, Dr. Trey Hall. And I know you're very proud of how the game has grown, especially with the emergence of Tiger Woods. But there are some very serious issues in the game right now, obviously dealing with the technology of the game. And I know that you are very much at odds about the fundamental clubs that are out there and whether they conform or not. And I know there's been some big disagreement with the Royal and Ancient Golf Club over in St. Andrews, Scotland, about what kind of club conforms and what kind of club does not. I know you've had a chance to meet with the R&A this week. Has there been any kind of progress made in getting these two big governing bodies of the game of golf together to come to some sort of an agreement?
Well, first of all, Dan, let me say that the game's healthy, and the USGA wants to keep it that way. We continue to believe that the outcome of a player's round should be determined by skill and not technology. And the R&A agrees with both of those points, but we do have a fundamental disagreement about the future impact of thin-face metal driving clubs if we don't have a standard. We've both considered the same body of scientific information, and we've simply reached different conclusions about what that information means. And as you've correctly indicated, we've had a number of discussions with the R&A about this issue, the last one being yesterday morning. And I think it's safe to say that at this time, we're not optimistic that there's going to be a short-term solution to this problem. We're very comfortable with our position, and while we'd love to see this issue disappear, we believe that compromise for the sake of compromise is not in the best interest of the game, and so our discussions will continue.
So is there any meetings planned for this week, or is this going to be something that's tabled and you're going to have to address while both sides kind of cool off? Because it seems like you're at the point where no one wants to blink and you really haven't made any kind of progress this week.
Well, I certainly wouldn't use the term cool off. Our discussions have been very cordial. Again, we just have a difference of philosophy about things, and our discussions will definitely continue, formally and informally.
Okay, let's talk about next year's championship, because this is truly a public golf course as the United States Golf Association takes this championship to Long Island in New York at Bethpage State Park. This is a golf course which, after some recent renovations, is just in spectacular condition.
Well, you're exactly right, Dan. This is the first time that the U.S. Open will be played at a truly public golf course. And in the 5 years that have elapsed since we first announced this, we've had a very unique cooperative effort with the state of New York to bring this championship to fruition. We've spent several $1 million to bring the golf course up to open standards, and the state of New York has pledged that they will maintain it, including reasonable green fees, long after the championship has been concluded, so that everyone can truly enjoy a U.S. Open site. There's also, I think, special significance here to the extent that taking the Open to Bethpage to some degree signifies what's happening within the game of golf. 100 years ago, all of our member clubs were private clubs. All the players were private club members, and now 2/3 of our clubs are public golf facilities, and 2/3 of our member facilities are public golf courses. And so this is truly going to be a celebration of public golf. Well, maybe not truly. We're not going to have all 156 players sleep in the parking lot to see if they can get the best tee time. But it's going to be a terrific Open, and we're looking forward to it.
And so are we. Dr. Trey Hall, President of the United States Golf Association. Good luck with that championship, and good luck with the continuing discussions with the R&A.
Thank you, Dan. Happy Father's Day.
Thank you. Same to you as we go back out to the golf course.
And Tiger Woods is having a look at this rather long putt. Tiger yet to hit a fairway today, his first green here, so perhaps the miracle can start. And before that happens, we'll go back to the tee and Vijay Singh at 18.
Vijay Singh on the tee.
Playing right into the wind. Very important tee shot. A birdie here gets him a 63. And he has hit an excellent tee shot all the way down into the bottom of the fairway on the right-hand side.
Wow, that's the longest drive we've seen all week right there. That's about over 300 yards off the tee into the wind.
Back to 3.
Tiger's ball on the way.
It's going to turn to the right, Murph, and Tiger missed his fairway by just 2 inches, but it made all the difference in the world. He had to play away from the flagstick and really didn't give himself a good birdie chance.
Couldn't hold it there, you're right.
Over at the 11th, the 165-yard par 3. This is Tom Kite for birdie 2, and that is 4 birdies in his last 5 holes. Moves him to +3 for the championship. Oh, Tom Kite making plenty of birdies, but he's not making as many as Vijay Singh. Singh striding down the 18th with a chance, if he could make a birdie, to tie the U.S. Open scoring record of 63. Our leader still arriving at the golf course. There's Rocco Mediate. So, a lot of exciting things going on here in the final round of the 101st United States Open. Stay with us.
And back in the right rough on the 12th hole, 456 yards, dogleg left down the hill. Tom Kite has avoided the huge fairway bunker, but he's in that 3.5-inch rough. What does this one do? The hole location right in back of the front left bunker, which is surprisingly soft today, Johnny Miller. I'm very surprised at the softness in a lot of the greens as they're holding shots. 3 and 12 most notably.
13's hole location is really tough though if you get it left and hole high or long, isn't it?
On 12?
On 13. And 12 is tough too.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And that's in the
problem
front. Yes.
That's the problem with that hole location, is that bunker, huh?
It is indeed, especially if you bury it into that face. That bunker's quite deep, probably 5 feet deep. Back to the tee at 1.
And Tom Lehman begins his day at +2, 7 back. And with Vijay posting this excellent score, it gives a lot of guys hope, not just Tiger Woods.
This hole location, as we've seen with Tiger, of course, and Padraig, if you don't hit the fairway, you really hardly can hit the green with the right hole location unless you play it on the left side. So, got to hit the fairway here, Tom.
Nice rebound after that opening round. 76 for Lehman. He held the 54-hole lead in 3 straight championships, 95, 96, 97.
Good start. Left side's better than right, but at least he's in the short grass.
To the tee at the 4th, the par 4, 368 yards.
He's hit every rough to the right so far, which has been his Achilles heel all week, but he's gone with the stinger.
You know, I like that shot, Johnny. He hasn't tried it that much this week, and that's the one he's hitting the straightest by far.
He's right down there where there's a million divot holes from this championship.
Tiger +1 on his round today, 10 shots back as the MetLife blimp Snoopy 2 continues to cruise high above the Tulsa skyline and Southern Hills. It's been teaming up with NBC Sports, providing you with these bird's eye views of the 101st U.S. Open. Now the second shot for Singh at 18, a birdie for a 63 he needs.
He's got the right flight. A high fade would be the shot.
That's from 161, Johnny. Could not have hit a better drive, right at just a couple inches from the end of the fairway.
That's going to go down the hill, but actually a very fine shot. It should hang up with the adjustment that was made. That ball on Monday and Tuesday would have run right off the green, but they left the green a little slower on 9 and 18 to offset the slope.
Trying to join this list of previous 63s in an Open Championship. It's only been done once in the final round, and that was the Miracle at Oakmont by Johnny Miller back in 1973. That was 28 years ago today. Well, the 63, not only the magic number in this championship, but in all the major championships, it's been posted the most in the British Open. PGA Championship has turned in the second most 63s, and Vijay Singh takes a good look at that leaderboard. Got a nice ovation as he came up to the 18th. The gallery is here recognizing that a moment in history could be not far away. In the meantime, we head over to Lehman's second at the first.
The right hole location we've been talking about, see if you can stop it. He's done it. That's hard to do. You put a lot of spin on that ball. He leaves himself, you can see that trickle on that. Greens are running close to 12 right now, I think. High 11s. So if you get above the hole, watch out.
Over to the 4th for the second of Tiger Woods. Mark?
Well, he's finally found the fairway here at 434 yards. Harrington has played his shot into the front right bunker. Tiger with a chance now, finally.
Really good chance. There he goes.
Chance to get within 9 of the lead if he's able to birdie that. Fairways hit just 1 of 4 today. He's been scattering the tee shots around just a bit here at Southern Hills.
Well, I was out on this green earlier with Tom Meeks, who sets up the golf course every year for the Open Championship with a lot of other help. I put a little star next to this putt, which means you can't read it. And it looks like it's going to break right pretty heavily, but it just doesn't break a whole big bunch. It looks like it'll break 2 feet, and it breaks just barely, maybe 6-8 inches to the right. So see if VJ can figure it out.
For the magical 63.
Pretty good line, but didn't hit it. He had the line, but that was a slow putt. I'm sure it's running through his mind, the 63.
He's had a 63, Johnny, in a major championship. It was the second round of the 93 PGA Championship at Inverness. Finished 4th that year. That was the year that Paul Azinger won.
So it's really no big deal, that putt, right? He's just landed up to get a 64.
But he'd never done it in the final round. You know, you were 26 years old when you pulled off that miracle at Oakmont, and you know, you had a great career, but you know, to this day, and it's just the defining moment to be able to pull it off, win the Open by 1. I mean, that 63 follows you wherever you go.
Yeah, I think the best part about it was I played with Arnold Palmer the first 2 days and hung with him, and really was able to handle his gallery okay. And then, of course, to win by 1 shot with that round made it even more special. It's one thing to shoot 63 like Nicklaus and Weiskopf did at Baltusrol in the first round.
So this for a 64 to match what Mark Brooks posted in the second round of this championship. Vijay Singh, considered one of the true favorites coming into this championship. 74, 70, 74, and 64-31 on the back 9. He jumps from a tie for 53rd to a tie for 11th.
That's big time. I bet he's wishing right now he'd had that lead tape pulled off about 3 days ago.
8 birdies, 2 bogeys. Beautiful round. And it's exactly what Phil Mickelson hopes is in store. 2:25 local tee time. Less than an hour from now, and getting some well wishes from Sergio Garcia.
I'm gonna pop in the door. Thanks, so guys.
And as the rounds have continued in this championship, it has been tougher and tougher for Mickelson to keep form. And for more on what has happened so far with Phil Mickelson arriving at the golf course, we go down to Roger Maltby. Roger?
Well, thank you, Dan. A little side note on Phil Mickelson. His preparation for this final round of the Open, a little different than most players. Met his instructor, Rick Smith, out here 3 hours before his starting time. Worked on his swing for about an hour. Went back to the hotel to cool down and watch our telecast to see what he could see about the golf course. Return, only 45 minutes of warm-up, and get ready to go. Back to you.
Thank you, Roger. As we go out to the 4th, Tiger Woods. This was his birdie attempt a moment ago. So Tiger picks up his first birdie of this final round. Moves back to even par on his round. Bogey and a birdie. And 9 shots off the pace. He's now at this par 5 fifth, 642 yards, longest hole in Open history. Mark?
Well, Dan, I'm sure he heard the story in the locker room yesterday about Sergio Garcia hitting the driver in a 2-iron here yesterday, so there's no doubt he's going to attack it now.
Well,
it's a hard fairway to find, though, Johnny. It's a little bit awkward. It slopes to the right, dog legs to the left. He will need to drive it right over a big tree about 250 yards down the fairway.
Might be a good one here, Mark. He's hit it right 3 times, but this could be a good one. There he goes.
Perfect spot there.
That's what he's been looking for all championship long. Southern Hills, plenty of nuances here, plenty of challenge. Let's get a quick guided tour of this championship layout with Johnny Miller, beginning right where Tiger Woods is, the par 5 fifth. Okay, thank you, Johnny. And now I would think this to be a very big shot for Tiger Woods, his second at the par 5 fifth, to try and kickstart what he needs to have happen, and that's go low.
Is that an iron? Nope. Fairway.
He's got 298 yards, Johnny. It's a perfect hole location for him today because he can hit it right up the chute between the two front greenside bunkers. Wind is coming from the left.
One thing to watch here is watch how the club rebounds on his follow-through from the pressure of the swing. Greg Norman used to do this, but watch this rebound from the strength.
Stay there.
I just carried it on the green, no big problem. Wow, look at that crazy bounce though. What a shot.
So Tiger Woods has an eagle in his sights.
That was a very poor bounce, though.
#1 player in the world, already with 6 major championships to his credit. And if there's any idea, if you thought that he might have given this up, not at all.
There's a shot I'm not familiar with.
Well, already mentioned that Tiger has 6 major championships. This man, the former #1 player in the world, like Mickelson, yearns for his first major. So many close calls for David Duval as well.
The 101st U.S. Open is brought to you by KPMG. Doing business today requires a deeper understanding. Understanding at KPMG. And by Microsoft, provider of software for the agile business, helping you gain a competitive advantage in the business arena.
Welcome back. We're at the par 3 11th. This just a moment ago. Olin Brown, 165 yards with an 8-iron. This kind of frontish left hole location, very accessible. And there's an ace for Olin Brown. So that moves now live. You know what I like? They always look in the hole first, don't they, before they pick it out. It's like, is it really in there?
I don't know, Gary. I've never had the opportunity to do that.
Dan, I promise you, you'll do it.
You sound like from experience.
Well,
you know, you always, well, I wonder.
Well, you'll find out at some point in time. Moves Brown to 2 under par for his round.
Just keep playing, I guess.
That's right.
I guess that's the 34th known ace in Open history, Gary.
Well, this was back at the par 3 6th. A while back, this was Thomas Bjorn, and he chips in for a 2. So the par 3 holes here at Southern Hills, perhaps that's where you can make up some strokes. Second ace of this championship, of course, Mickelson making the hole-in-one on the 6th hole in Friday's second round. So we'll go back to the 5th.
The par 5 and Padraig Harrington. Mark?
Playing from just below the greenside bunker. He had 326 for his second shot, and I'm not sure why he tried to hit it over here. Pretty good lie, though.
And a chance for the birdie for Harrington to move to 1 under on his round today. And there is the South African. We nicknamed him the New Easy because as he saunters his way to the golf course grounds here, he just has the similar walk of his countryman Ernie Els, who has won this championship twice. Retief Goosen has at least had a share of the lead in all 3 rounds of this championship. Can he hang on? He plays in the final group. Less than an hour. He tees off with Stewart Cink. Let's go back over to the 5th, and Tiger Woods has a long eagle attempt.
Johnny, as you know, this 5th green is severely pitched from the back to the front. Tiger's over on the far right-hand side, hole location on the left. So this is one of those putts where almost the higher he plays it, the more it's going to break. It'll be interesting to see just how aggressive a line he takes, because he's got a much better chance of holding it if he takes some of the breakout and hits it firmly.
Well, the last thing he wants to do is three-putt this, sort of like Phil Mickelson did yesterday on 13, knock your momentum.
Now, he three-putted this green on Friday, so you're right.
Still has a chance for back-to-back birdies to get to +3, and a recent look at how the defending champions have fared. Lee Janzen, after the win at Olympic Club, tied for 46th. Late Payne Stewart, winner at Pinehurst #2. It has been difficult to follow up this championship. The last to win it back-to-back, Curtis Strange, 88, 89.
Those are dismal defenses, aren't they? Best was like tie for 40th.
To 13.
And just earlier, Tom Kite from the back bunker at 13, a shot we're going to see a lot of today. And we're going to see a lot of that today.
That was that hole location I was talking about, Bob. It looks like maybe the most treacherous on the golf course.
Tom birdied 4 of his last 6 holes. Make that 5 out of the last 7. 5 under for the day, so there are definitely some birdie opportunities out here today. We may see a winner that we haven't suspected.
How about the senior guys, Murph? Kite and Irwin in this championship, huh?
Senior's okay. It's okay.
And this for birdie at the 5th, Padraig Harrington.
He just did a pretty strange thing, Johnny. He took out his little notepad and was reading something before he hit this putt. I was trying to figure out what he might have written down there.
There's a birdie for Harrington. He gets it to +3, and now Woods hopes the same. Before he strokes his birdie putt, we remind you that Saturday, June 30th, join us for the world's most prestigious tennis championship, Wimbledon. And it has been a dream year indeed for Jennifer Capriati, winning the Australian and French Open titles. Now she looks to continue this Grand Slam streak. Has in her sights her 3rd consecutive Grand Slam title. That begins Saturday, June 30th on NBC. This man had in his sights his 5th straight major championship, but a long way back. But this to kind of cut into the deficit for birdie. Within 8 with back-to-back birdies at 4 and 5. And to the tee at 14. 212 yards today. Tom Kite, who's got a 4-under round going.
It's a pretty big 4-iron for Tom.
Right.
Must be good. Caddy's going to be right. See the firmness of these greens. That hole location is almost impossible to get at unless you get a high, soft fade through the front tongue and just have it spin right and trickle down there.
And back to the 2nd.
Davis Love the 3rd, getting ready for his 2nd shot. Roger Maltby's joined this group.
Well, after a massive tee shot, Davis only has 153 yards left of the hole. And you know, Gary, I was talking to him on the putting green before the round. He's kind of fixated on 3 under par as the number, and 4 under par. He thinks 3 under par could be a playoff, 4 under par could be a winner. So he certainly hasn't given up thoughts of winning this championship.
Well, he's putting the ball beautifully. He needs to strike his irons a little bit better, hitting just some 50% of the greens through 3 rounds.
Go.
Just needs to go a little bit. I think he got it a hair fat.
Over to the par 3 6th. Again, the hole 185 yards today. Back left hole location.
This is a 9-iron, Gary.
Hole plays downhill and is playing downwind today.
That creek is not really in play, Gary.
It really isn't, Johnny. I mean, you'd have to hit a horrible shot, and the grass on the bank there to the left is very deep.
This has started right at the flag, Gary. If it's the right distance, it's going to be good, but it's short.
Took the very aggressive line, going right at the flag, bringing the bunker into play. The good news is the ball is not buried, and it is not a terribly difficult bunker shot. Tiger Woods trying to make a little noise here in the final round of the 101st U.S. Open Championship. He's made back-to-back birdies at the 4th and 5th. He's in a little bit of trouble at 6, though. We're seeing some good scores. There are plenty of birdies to be had today. We'll be right back with more coverage in just a moment. Welcome back here at the par 3 6th. Tiger Woods with a relatively easy bunker shot. Good lie. Nicely done. Should have no problem saving his par. We go ahead to 14.
And Tom Kite, long birdie attempt coming back down the slope.
Not
nice
too bad.
Lag. And a look at Tom Kite's scorecard. Just that one bogey at the 6th. All the other marks you see there. 6 birdies in total. I think one of the more remarkable statistics about 51-year-old Tom Kite. We talked about it earlier in the championship. Just one cut missed in this championship since 1985.
Back at the 6th, this was while we were away in commercial. Padraig Harrington's tee shot, the par 3 with an 8-iron.
Solid, huh, Gary?
Yeah, simple swing, John.
Yeah, just throws it right at the target.
Yeah, threw that one right at the target as well, within a couple feet of the hole. He taps in for his birdie. Tiger Woods tapped in for his par. So Harrington now to 2 over par for the championship. Tiger remains at 3 over.
Well, as we get closer and closer to the tee times of the final groups and the final stretch run for this championship, it is most appropriate to take a look back to the last time this Open was staged here at Southern Hills, because the pressure that Hubert Green felt on that final Sunday has been difficult for even Hubert to put in words. That's one reason why he has been reluctant to talk about the death threat he received while trying to win this title 24 years ago. Hubert Green, one of the more underappreciated golfers in the history of the game. 19 PGA Tour wins, not only the major championship here, but the PGA Championship in '85. That's truly unique open pressure as we continue this championship on this Sunday. Tiger Woods at the 7th.
Who knows? He's starting to heat up. He's starting to enjoy it.
Well, Mark, for a guy that's 8 shots behind, you could never tell by the huge gallery that's following Tiger Woods, could you?
No, and for the first time this week, Dan, they are really revved up. Clearly it was the birdie at 4 that did it, and of course knocking it on the green at 5, but there is still a huge mass of still photographers, reporters out here, and I don't think anybody thinks right now that Tiger's out of this thing yet.
Is it really possible? Tiger Woods has a couple of birdies in the last 3 holes. Makeable one at 7 that could push him to +2. 7 back.
Welcome back to the final round of the 101st United States Open Championship. Here at Southern Hills, some great action going on early. Here you see our last few groups getting ever closer to their appointed tee times for this Sunday round.
Who do you like, Gary, as we look at Tom Kite's graphic there? I mean, of those leaders before they tee off. And you get a special feeling from the 6 players within 2 shots?
Well, I think we're going to hear something from David Duval and Paul Azinger.
Okay.
This is Tom Kite for yet another birdie at the 15th, although a very long putt. Very slow, Johnny, from here up the hill. Players having a very difficult time hitting it firmly enough.
His stroke looks awfully good, Gary. He's making everything. You see him hold his follow through there?
Beautiful. 5 under par for the round, but here's that slow putt. But a good leave. To the 7th.
Okay, Tiger Woods prowling around another birdie. Mark?
Well, Dan, I think this is the most important putt of the week for Tiger. It's certainly a putt you wouldn't expect him to miss. I think he needs to start it just on the right edge of the hole, maybe inside right. And he is staring this one down. Some of the putts he hasn't taken quite as long as normal this week, but let's see how much he wants this one.
Got it. 3 out of the last 4 holes for Woods. He moves to +2, 7 back as he heads down the stretch run of the front 9.
One thing he's got going good for him really is that Padraig Harrington's just keeping pace with him. Harrington's also a couple under for the day, so that's nice to play with somebody that's moving with you.
And Tiger encouraged by some very low scores. There was Vijay Singh with that round of 64, and 51-year-old Tom Kite 5 under on his round today. And there is Woods. Parnevik in with a 68 today to 8.
And Jeff Maggart from our bunker cam on number 8. This just earlier. Great view. The camera in the face of the bunker. Go to 15.
Tom Kite with this 2.5 footer, pretty much right straight up the hill. Oh, Johnny, those are the ones that give him the problem. Ekes it in the right side, remains 5 under for the day. To 4.
And let's check in with Tom Lehman, +4 for the championship. Par the first couple of holes, bogey at the 3rd, and he's 9 back.
Provided a lot of great stories really in the 90s. Great stuff. Surely deserved to win one of these, but sometimes you're just supporting cast in life. He's had a lot of good victories besides that, of course.
Finished in the top 5 in 4 consecutive Opens. Became the first player since Ben Hogan to do that. Over at the first, second shot for Jim Furyk.
Not sure if he got it all or not. Yes, he did. It's perfect. Ooh, I'll say he got it.
Chance to get the even par for Furyk.
A lot of spin on that ball, didn't he?
Rounds of 70, 70, and 71. He begins 6 back. And back to Tiger Woods at the 8th.
And looking over the shoulder of Tiger and Steve. Par 3 today, playing 231 yards. Steve Williams has been a friend and a cohort for Tiger, as well as a caddy. Full of conversation.
Certainly no coincidence, I think, Murph, that the caddy change came pretty much the same time Tiger's game really changed.
I would agree with that. Steve's a business-like guy. Tiger in his red shirt for Sunday just looks aggressive and strong.
Really looks like he wants it now, Murph. Hole location over on the left-hand side here today at 8. The wind is coming a little bit from the right and slightly into. Not an easy shot right now.
It's a cool mowing path, Bob. You put the ball right in the middle of that mowing path that puts you right up the heart of the green.
Exactly right. Ideally, Tiger can do it. Ideally, you don't want to just throw the ball right at the hole, because if you knock it over this green, you're not going to have a good chip shot coming back. 3-iron.
Run left. Run left.
And you get the feeling exactly what Tiger wanted to do there. Feed it into that side of the green and hopefully have it bleed left.
To the tee at the first, David Duval begins the quest at this par 4 from the elevated tee for the first major championship.
Probably hitting the ball better than anybody else this week. He's 9th in fairways hit and 2nd in greens in regulation, and that one there is a little left though, but it might be all right. Good angle and a good lie, I think. Might be right where everybody's been walking.
Paul Azinger.
And you heard Gary Koch a moment ago, Johnny Miller, say that he would not be surprised if Paul Azinger is to come out of this bunch. He's 5 back like Duval.
Well, you can see this hole, 454, but it's got a 40-foot drop from this elevated tee that's right out in the front of the clubhouse. And Paul's checking out the wind. This is where you can probably feel the wind. The truest wind it would be if he threw up grass here. Once I hit it just down the left side here. There's a little cut.
What do you think of his chances, Johnny?
Well, it's a lot of it has to do with, you know, they're decent, but you know, you got to think that the guys that really are 3 to 5 under, maybe that beautiful drive there past a few of those divots, but the 3 to 5 under guys are the guys to really watch.
Well, maybe that bodes well for Zinger. That kick in the fairway hasn't started well. +2 on the opening hole this week. Back at Southern Hills, and Jim Furyk trying to get back to even par at the par 4 first. Just touched it, veered off at the very end, and kept going. Well, 14th year providing aerial television coverage of sporting and special events. The MetLife Blimp, Snoopy 2, bringing you these beautiful scenic shots of this U.S. Open. Beautiful day, a little bit warmer today. Temperature expected to reach the low 90s, a little bit more humidity, so it's going to be a very warm championship Sunday here. So now Furyk coming back for his par 4 to remain at +1. And he remains 6 back. As he heads to the difficult second, we go back to the par 3 8th.
And Tiger walking around the green. Padraig Harrington hit a wonderful 5-wood up. Very close to the hole. Padraig 2 under today. 2 over for the golf tournament. Championship, I should say.
Tiger would like to have it where Harrington's ball is, Murph, because his putt is not an easy one. And clearly it's not been an easy one for him to read. He has surrounded it from all sides, taking a look at it. I think it's got a couple of breaks. It's going to go left at first and then maybe back right a little bit in the middle of the putt.
And the surprising thing is, Mark, that the players are leaving this putt short. And when I say short, I've seen guys putt this putt and leave it 4 and 5 feet short. Wonderful look at calm hands. I'll tell you, the guys have just been flabbergasted by that. How far short is that, Mark? We'll go to 1 first.
And Duval beginning his day from the rough here, 109 to the hole.
Knock it into that rim and try to scoot it in there. And he's done a pretty good job of it. On the green, that's great touch. That's about the only angle he could come in, and look at the touch that he put on that almost dead hole high. That's hard to do out of a flyer Bermuda lie.
And now Azinger from close to the middle of the fairway.
See that flag stick on the right side of the green? He's in perfect shape to go for it. We saw Jim Furyk actually overspin it, hitting it over that bunker and leaving it short.
Zinger, of course, finishing in a tie for second in his last start after leading the Memorial after 54 holes, but If you watch sports and the highlights, you know that Tiger Woods put a vintage type of comeback and passed Zinger on that final day to win it.
Well, the three-quarter punch shot, which is pretty much his iron game. Not a bad shot. He doesn't love it, but it's on the green.
To 16.
Here at the long par 4, 491 yards. Second shot for Tom Kite. This whole location is very difficult today. Just 4 paces over the bunker. We're going to see a lot of balls deep into the green and moving downhill putts. Back to 8.
And Tiger taking a look now.
Well, Murph, holes of bogey or worse for Tiger Woods in this championship since '97. He had gotten a pretty good handle on this category until this week. Just the 7 holes of bogey or worse in his big romp at Pebble Beach last year. 1 today, and racked him up pretty good in the first 3 rounds as well. 11 total this week.
Well, Pebble Beach was an incredible performance when you consider that I don't remember Tiger missing a putt under 8 or 10 feet. So you don't normally do that. This putt's tricky as well. It's the whole location still into the bleed of the nose off the bunker, so this wants to move very slightly right. Good putt. Tiger read it well. And those are good saves. Very good saves. Back up to the first tee.
It is just about ready to begin for Phil Mickelson in this position so many times, but can he pull it off today?
Well, you know, he's got a legacy going. Of course, has 18 wins on the PGA Tour, the most wins among an active player without a major championship, which is not something you want to stick on your shoulders. So this day could change his life, could release him to be really the guy, the threat to Tiger Woods.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:25 starting time. From Scottsdale, Arizona, Phil Mickelson.
He's risen to the #2 player in the world, only behind Tiger Woods.
You can see visualization. Trying to keep it simple, like a lot of the players have said. Get it in the fairway, and we'll worry about the next one later.
Is it his turn in Tulsa?
I was looking at it tentatively.
It's down the left side, Johnny. Into the left rough.
And from Fort Worth, Texas, Mark Brooks.
The #2 player in the world, playing with the 195th ranked player in the world. That, of course, no lack of respect for 40-year-old Mark Brooks, who won the PGA Championship back in '96, but it has been a long, long time since he has played this well, especially in the hunt for another major championship.
Striping the ball, hitting a lot of fairways, second in greens and regulation. He's a southern boy. This golf course being a Bermuda course, which is very rare for the U.S. Open, could very well have another southern champion like Hubert Green and Tommy Bolt.
Only 4 bogeys all week for Brooks, fewest of any of the players. And while Brooks was hitting off the tee, Zinger was putting for birdie up ahead at the green. David Duval has already missed his birdie attempt, and look what Zinger did.
What a putt.
To 1 under within 4.
There's a putt you can't expect to make it. Boy, you got to be happy.
He's got a major championship under his belt as well. You have to think that would serve him well. The U.S. Open on the line today, and Sergio Garcia, 21 years old, wants it as well.
The 101st U.S. Open is brought to you by The Hartford, Bring It On, by Nike Tour Accuracy Golf Balls, and by MasterCard. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
Back in Tulsa, Southern Hills Country Club. Side of the 3rd U.S. Open Championship. This is the 101st edition on this Sunday. Temperature in the low 90s. And just a couple of groups left to tee off in this championship. Final 2 groups on the tee momentarily.
There's so many good stories going on here, even from Azinger right on up. So, I mean, everybody's got somebody to root for right now with good stories. Would mean a lot to them, including, of course, the Woods 5 in a row.
Just Goosen, Sink, Garcia, and Mediate left to start the day. We go out to the first and get a look at Phil Mickelson's lie. Ed?
He has a real jumper, Dan. It's a good lie. He can get to the green. It's not down in the grass where it's buried, but he can't really get the ball close to the hole. He's got to play to the left of the hole, maybe bounce the ball on the green and hope to get maybe a 15 or 20 footer.
Just inside those tree limbs?
Just inside the tree limbs, Johnny.
Well, not the worst spot in the world, but sure you'd have rather been a little more left.
So Mickelson will be looking to get it up and down to begin with a par 4.
It's not the way you want to start. Miss a fairway, miss a green.
He has a difficult bunker shot too, Johnny.
Well, I think he actually does better on shots that are hard to stop the ball because that's what he does so well.
Over to the 9th, and the second shot for Tiger Woods coming back up the hill to the clubhouse.
This has been his nemesis hole, folks. This tree on the right, he doesn't have to worry about it today unless he Cole shanks it, but he's hit that tree one time with possibly a partial shank from just that crosswalk you see just in front of him, that light tan color. He hits the tree on the right with the hole right, so I don't know.
Johnny, that shot was a full 15 yards offline. I was out here as Thursday afternoon. He was playing out of the crosswalk, but now the wind has really started to come up and has changed the whole complexion of this golf course. And this should play right into Tiger's hands.
I remember seeing the pictures of Tommy Bolt on the last day, and I'm telling you, that flag was whistling. So, I mean, they haven't seen the wind that could be here this week.
Well, Tiger figures it out. Back to the first. Second on the way for Brooks.
That's from 144 yards. Just a little 9-iron.
He's been so accurate with his irons this week. Back to 9. Second on the way for Tiger.
Does this hole ohm something? Let's see. Just the opposite's going to happen. Watch what this. Or you won't believe where this ball goes.
That
folks.
is gone.
Will not believe where this ball will end up.
Isn't it amazing, Johnny, how when you get karma on certain holes, it just nothing seems to go right.
Well, sitting in a pretty good spot. I figured just to end the quadrangle or whatever you call it, it'd go right in a divot hole.
Well, there has been the Bermuda Triangle, if you will, for Tiger Woods at the 9th, +3 on this hole, and he could be adding to that total significantly after that one climbs back down off the surface.
It had to have a little more of a boring trajectory, don't you think, Johnny? It was really sort of a floater by the time it was coming down. And
you can see he's got some choice words for this 9th hole.
Just a 374-yard par 4, Johnny. It's had Tiger's number this week. This a moment ago, this was Duval for par at the opening hole. So Duval begins with a bogey, just like that. He's 6 back. Drops to +1. Well, Sergio Garcia, 21 years old. You never really quite know what to expect when this 21-year-old Spaniard steps onto the golf course. You know it's going to be entertaining. He's colorful, he's talented, he's, well, Sergio.
You have to have passion to play this game.
He's got a flair for the moment, doesn't he?
love the shot of Sergio looking back at the scoreboard, Johnny, and you had it right. You said he's looking back there to see if he's playing in the final group, and he's mad he's not in there. But he's in the second to the last group in a U.S. Open, and a chance for his first major championship after just recently picking up his first PGA Tour victory here in the United States. To him in a moment. Up ahead, third shot for Mickelson from the bunker.
Very unusual for Phil. Came out with no spin whatsoever.
Long par putt for Mickelson. Now Tiger coming back up to the green. Got a chance.
Looks like he might have hurt something.
Back to the tee at the first. Garcia playing with Rocco Mediate. This is a would seem to be a very compatible duo. Both very easygoing. There's a look at Rocco Mediate.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2:35 starting time. From Castellón, Spain, Sergio Garcia.
Well, no player from continental Europe has ever won this championship. The best finish by continental European, the tie for second by Miguel Angel Jimenez last year.
Going with the full bore 2-iron. His iron's a mile, along with everything else. It's a lot of wagons. Going with the power draw there. That you can imagine he's about 150 pounds dripping wet, and he's second longest in the golf championship this week with a 309-yard average. Unbelievable.
First smile of the day.
And from Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida, Rocco Mediate.
And Rocco, PGA Tour veteran, you see how he's improved through each of the rounds, and this is uncharted territory for Rocco. Johnny has never finished in the top 10 in 27 previous majors. His best finish in the Open, a tie for 25th.
There's a good start for this twosome. Compatibility, as you say, could not be better. Rocco could be rented out for a playing companion, I think. He's just such a nice guy.
This could be a very chatty duo. Well, ahead to 17. Check in again with Tom Kite after parring 16. This is Kite's second at the par 4. This was a moment ago.
Definitely a birdie opportunity. This hole can be had when you hit the fairway where he did. It could spin back. And it funnels. See, everything funnels down by that hole. Anything even okay is going to be close today.
Kite's 5 under on his round of the day. Over at 9, Woods for par. Back down the slope.
This little dinky hole, the 9th hole, just 374 yards, and he's got to make this to play at 4 over par.
Over to the first. This is a par attempt for Mickelson. Ed?
Phil Mickelson has a very, very tough putt for par here opening up, Dan. Mark Brooks putted from the back of the green, just off the green, and has putted to within about 1.5 feet of the hole. This putt is just slower than it looks. He's putting back up the hill. That's going to be the key if he has a chance to make it. He must hit it hard enough.
He hit it hard enough and had exactly the right line. So Mickelson, who has been all over the place on this hole, he's chipped in for a birdie 3. Makes a long par putt on the opening hole to remain at 3 under within 2 of Goosen and Sink.
In his mind, that's one of the most beautiful, ugly pars in history.
Talk about important starts. I mean, had Mickelson missed that and been in an early hole, you talk about a guy that wriggled off the noose more than a couple of times. It was the South African Retief Goosen. who comes out of this final round with a share of the lead. And look at the fairways hit at that third round, Johnny. He needed to save himself because he only hit 6 of 14, just half of the greens in regulation, but 26 putts.
That'll do it.
Up and down 6 times on the back 9 for par. Get to him in a moment, but back up in the fairway, Sergio Garcia, his second.
He's laid it fairly well back here at the first. He's got 177 yards. Rocco Mediate's a good 50 yards ahead of him.
Might be hard for him to stop this ball on the green, huh, Mark?
Needs to carry it deep enough into the green, Johnny, because if it hits just over the bunker, it'll hit off that downslope. Johnny, as we watch Sergio and all these waggles, it'll be interesting to see whether or not he does more of them as the round goes on. It appeared to me yesterday like he did.
Well, this could be Waggle City here at Southern Hills back in '77. Hubert Green waggled as good as anybody. Won the Open then. Who knows? Tom Kite for birdie. Tom to move to +1, 6 under on his round today. And now Kite can birdie the last for a 63 at age 51. Vijay Singh earlier in this championship had a crack at it at 18. What a day by Kite. Okay, back over to the first. Second shot for Rocco Mediate, just 129 left.
A little bit of an awkward lie, though. It's sort of on a downslope over on the right-hand side of this fairway. The wind is right at his back.
Roy, you're going to want me to cue this last group, right?
Going with a full one, whatever it was, he hit it hard.
Had to be a sand wedge, Johnny.
That should spin. As hard as he hit that, the harder you hit it, the more it spins. That's a great start for Rock.
Good start for Mediate. When we come back, the final twosome to tee off in this final round of the U.S. Open. South African Retief Goosen paired with American Stewart Cink. First time they've ever been in this position.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final pairing. From Petersburg, South Africa, Retief Goosen. Play away, please.
And the 32-year-old seemingly unaffected by all of the pressure which goes along with not just contending in this championship, but this man has had at least a share of the lead all 3 days.
Watch the smoothness of his swing, just gorgeous.
Going down the right side of the fairway.
And from Duluth, Georgia, Stewart Cink.
And if there ever was a modern-day player, modern-day American, maybe wired for this championship, you might be looking at him. 28-year-old Stewart Cink, especially after the tough start yesterday, the +3 start in his first 2 holes, then just reeled off birdie after birdie after that to shoot the 67.
He's leading the field in birdies and also in 1 putting, so and he hits the ball straight. Good combination. They're going
He's
right.
hit this one straight too, John. It's cutting a little bit, about on the same line as Goosen's. Just a little further though.
Well, just barely in the primary cut, it looks like, and that's a bad angle with this right hole location. That's not a good shot at all.
So the field is on the golf course at Southern Hills. And again, 6 players began within 2 shots of the lead. And that's exactly the position we are in right now as we head up to the first. By the way, Garcia missed his birdie attempt playing with Rocco, and Rocco rolls it in. And that gets Rocco immediately to 5 under into a 3-way tie for the lead. You see that long putter. He was the first player to win a PGA Tour event using the long putter, and he said that has been the biggest difference.
Well, you see Tom Kite here on the 18th fairway. He's hit a nice straight drive down the left side, but he's got a long, long shot into the green. Over 200 yards.
Again, can birdie for a 63.
Big problem here is if you don't get it up, it'll roll down to the right, and then you got a really hard pitch shot over the bunker. You see how hard he swung there, just as hard as he can swing on that club. What a nice shot, Tom Kite. See if it rolls back, might hang up in that fringe, and it does.
Tom Kite's going to have a crack at a 63 at age 51. Back to 2.
Mark Brooks getting ready for his second shot at the 467-yard par 4.
Mark has 195 yards. He's got a lie that should fly a little bit. Overhanging trees. He just wants to hit something out there kind of low and hot. Probably a 6-iron, and just let the ball chase onto the green. Ball's a little bit above his feet. Should help him play this shot.
Seeing the Bermuda or the fescue?
He's hit mostly Bermuda, Johnny, and it looks like to me the ball will be a pretty good flyer on this shot. I don't think he has to worry about getting it there.
Well, that's short. Yeah, that's very well played.
Perfect shot, Johnny.
Looked like he knows how to play this Bermuda, Gary.
I'm sure he does.
Phil Mickelson just hit a perfect drive, Gary. He hit his drive way left yesterday, but he put this one right down the pipe.
The center of the green, just over 20 feet from the hole. We'll have a good look at a birdie to the 10th.
Check in with Tiger Woods. Second shot to this short par 4. Again, the same yardage as 9.
Going with a nice little 3/4 punch. Good shot.
Tiger 1 under on his front 9, currently at +3, 8 shots behind this man, Retief Goosen, getting ready for his second. Roger?
Well, I have to question how solid he hit his tee shot. He's left himself 193 yards to the hole. And, John, I don't think there's any way he can play over at the flagstick. He's got to try to bounce this ball up on the left-hand side.
He's definitely looking right at it, though. He's not looking left, Raj.
He's hit it very, very high and right at the flagstick.
That's just where his eyes were looking, and he stopped it pretty good, Raj, just on the back edge.
Well, that's a great play from there.
To 2. Tee shot for Rocco Mediate.
Wind coming hard from the left now, Gary. Terrific start for Rocco, though.
He likes to play a draw. Did he get it started down the right? Is it coming back, Mark?
It is holding its line, but I'm not sure that's going to be good enough.
Oh, good kick.
What a bounce.
Back to the first.
And Stewart Cink.
Just in the intermediate cut of rough. 170 yards to the hole, and has as good a lie as you could hope for.
He's looking left, Roger. Looking left of the bunker.
This one flew, though, John. This one's tumbling.
There's that left of the bunker, and look at that thing go.
Well, Stewart has not been in sync on this hole. He has missed this green now in every single round, making bogey each time, but he's come back to 2.
Tee shot for Garcia. He's yelling for it to stay. Going up the right side, Mark.
Going up the right-hand side. This one needs a good bounce and won't get it.
No, that looks like it is in the trees. Second most difficult fairway to hit here at Southern Hills.
Well, coming to NBC on Saturday, June 30th, the Golfing Legends tee it up at the U.S. Senior Open Championship. You see Hale Irwin there, the defending champion, fired that 67 in the first round of this championship. He was just one off the pace after round one. He might have to contend with Tom Kite in this year's championship. Only 4 players over 50 years old have finished in the top 10 since World War II. 51-year-old Tom Kite presently tied for 8th and has this putt for the magical 63.
Tough putt to read here. It's quick. Just playing for it to go right at the beginning. Look at this.
What a round for the 92 U.S. Open champion. It'll be a 64, his lowest Open round ever, and there have been plenty of those in Tom Kite's illustrious career. 67, did it twice. He lowered that by 3 shots at age 51 on a very difficult golf course.
I think I have to clap for that one. That is pretty amazing right there. That's great stuff.
To 10. And Tiger Woods for birdie. So Tiger's going to remain at +3.
You can see the frustration because he knows the holes are running out. Now is a birdie opportunity in the last 2 holes and played him 1 over.
And back to the first. And that is the lie of Stewart Cink in the bunker.
Well, he has a good lie. It's a very deep bunker, but all in all, not a real difficult bunker shot. Playing back uphill, greens pitched against him. So he has plenty of green to work with here, John.
He's tall. He's about 6'3", isn't he, Roger?
He is.
And you can barely see that flagstick. He's got to look up. That's how deep that is. Look at that. He's having to stand on his toes almost. 6'4", I've been told.
Beautiful play.
No boogie on that one, it doesn't look like.
Well, that's got to calm his nerves a bit. To 2.
Birdie putt for Mickelson. This one will move a little bit to the left. Just 3 birdies here so far today. Very difficult par 4. Mark Brooks putted up, missed his birdie. Has a short one left for par. We go to 3.
Paul Azinger, 121 yards. You can bet he's taken notice that there are good scores available today. Come back. He birdied the first hole and has that left for birdie there.
On the 11th tee, Tiger Woods, 165 yards, slightly downhill. This is a 9-iron. And right over the top of the flagstick. Over the first.
And Goosen from the back edge of the green.
Chipping with a 4 or a 5 iron here, a very straight face club.
Looks like there'll be another Goosen type of par save at the opening hole. Unfamiliar to many here in the United States, but he does have 4 wins on the European Tour, 6 wins in South Africa, so he knows how to win. He's just never been in a championship of this magnitude.
Nope. This shot might be okay, Mark, huh?
Well, I wouldn't call it okay, Johnny. He's got 229 yards.
Oh.
It is a good lie, but there are 3 big trees in front of him. Now, I thought he was going to go left to the first tree and try and hit a cut, but he has moved the gallery in between 2 of the trees. And, you know, there are no shots really that I've ever seen Sergio be afraid of, but this one, you know, he's not going to win the championship here. He could lose it, though.
Is he going to hit a little low bullet through
I think it's going to have to be a low bullet with a little bit of a slice. It's a good bare lie, which will help curve it.
The group in front, Mark Brooks was able to tap in and make his par 4 to remain at 4 under.
Keep in mind there is a water hazard right over this second green, so if this thing comes out too hot, it could go through the green into the water.
He's looking like he's going high, Mark.
Boy, I'm surprised he's going to try and go this high.
He's going up over it.
could have laid it up by punching it out much safer than that.
Well, it catches a tree.
I have no idea what he was trying to do there.
And most likely the ball will be still in the rough in the trees. Interesting shot selection there for Garcia.
He hit it fat, huh, Gary?
Sounded like it, John, yeah. Rocco mediate now. Good position, Mark.
See just how much the wind has come up. The players are well back. Rocco's got 207.
Like he wants it to come a little left.
Good safe shot. I'll tell you, a 3-4 start would be a great one for him, Gary.
And back at number 1, Retief Goosen and Stewart Cink both managed to make their pars. And we move ahead to 3.
Paul Azinger's putt on the way. Birdied the first hole. Good start. Back to the second tee.
We mentioned the difficulty of the drive here. Players through 3 rounds have only hit this fairway just barely over 50% of the time. And Roger, wind coming from the left.
It is, and Retief drove the ball poorly here yesterday. Got away with one down the left-hand side. Didn't drive the ball well on the back 9 yesterday. He's going to have to start putting better swings on it with this club. He's hit it low and at the tree line on the left.
There is a creek over there. Well, let's take a look at why this hole is so difficult. First of all, players shoot through a very narrow opening, tree-lined down both sides, fairway cants from right to left, creek on the left-hand side, wind coming from the player's left, and just a very demanding tee shot. Fairway just 26 yards wide. And we see it is the second most difficult hole. And we're getting a report that Goosen's ball is actually left of the creek and all right, although there'll be a lot of trees in his way. Now Cink.
High, starting down the left-hand side, cutting quite a bit, but this should catch the right side of the fairway, I would believe.
Well, it just trickles through, Roger, and I think is in the intermediate cut of rough, but shouldn't be a big problem. And now ahead, Sergio Garcia getting ready for his 3rd shot, Mark.
He's got a shot of about 85 yards. Hole location is over on the left-hand side today, which has saved him. The tree in front of him, about 30 feet, is just right of what his line needs to be. Needs to miss it by 2 or 3 feet is all. He'll have to keep it a little bit low, too.
He's got enough green to stop it with a spinning low one, doesn't he, Gary?
Oh, he's got plenty of green, John. The hole is cut back into the putting surface some 24 yards, so yes, there is plenty of room. There is kind of a lowish area just left of the hole location, though, and anything with speed to the left will funnel right off the green.
Flag sticks right here, Gary?
Yes.
Didn't hit it hard enough.
Well, Sergio Garcia struggling mightily at the second. We go ahead to the 3rd.
And Phil Mickelson taking a look at his shot. Ed Snead.
122 yards to the hole from there, Bob. Just a little wedge, a sand wedge, I believe. I'm sure he'll attack this flag.
Green is holding very well right around the flag itself.
He played a little more toward the center of the green.
That'll draw quite a bit away from the hole. Not a very crisp shot there.
Well, let's check in on Hale Irwin, who had that 67 in the opening round, has fallen off the pace quite a bit, but nevertheless, still a very strong player. This is the 27th time he's completed 72 holes in this championship. Of course, has won it 3 times. That statistic ties him with Sam Snead for second on that list, behind only Jack Nicklaus's 35. There it is, just behind Nicklaus, who we missed this year after 44 straight U.S. Opens. Back out to number 2.
Sergio Garcia from just short of the putting surface, now playing his 4th shot.
5 wouldn't be a disaster at this stage, Gary, but to me it's an interesting club selection. The front of this green, there's a pretty good slope on it, and he's got the putter. He is quite a ways off the putting surface, so he needs to be careful about sort of driving this one into the hill and having it bounce up.
Well left, and it will continue to funnel left. So Garcia with a lot of work left if he's going to make 5 at the second. Let's join Roger Maltby.
Well, Retief Goosen's ball hit a tree and ricocheted some 30 yards left to get left of the creek. Kind of amazing that the ball could end up over here, just outside the confines of the hazard, and he has a decision to make. He can play a low shot for about 50 yards through a gap in the trees and try to run it on. There's considerable risk. Or he can pitch out to the right and advance the ball only, say 30 or 40 yards and maybe play a shot of 150 yards or so for his 3rd into the green.
Pretty long rough, isn't it, Roger?
Well, actually, he's got a decent line, John. It's over in the fescue grass, and it's not terrible. It is not. So he can get enough club on the ball to advance it toward the green.
To the 3rd.
And Phil Mickelson, it's neat. This is a roly-poly putt.
Very tough, Bob. There's a little ridge about 10 feet short of the hole. He's going to putt uphill and then a little bit down at the hole.
Bit of a misread there. Very difficult putt to judge the speed. Back to the 2nd green.
Birdie putt now for Rocco Mediate.
The slope moves to his left. The wind is coming from the left, which should equalize it a little bit. Got a chance.
Good speed.
Good save 4, though, Gary.
Yeah, Rocco looking impressive so far. Trying to relieve a little of the tension there. You see him blowing the air out. To the 11th. We've had a little ruling here, and this just a moment ago. Tiger's birdie putt down the hill, turning a little left. So Woods record a birdie 2 there. We go back to 2. The bogey putt now for Sergio. Well holed, and if there is such a thing as a good bogey, that would have to be it. He moves to 3 under par. Ahead to 3.
And Mark Brooks for a birdie now. Well, that's a very good putt. Seems that Mark is dealing very conservatively with the play here at Southern Hills and scoring very well. Back to 2.
We see Retief Goosen pondering, trying to decide exactly what it is he's going to do with this 2nd shot. How aggressive he will be.
Well, another one of the options that he has is to play over the trees that are ahead of him some 50 yards, but he'll have to hit it very, very high to carry those trees. I mean very high, so there's risk just about everywhere he looks other than straight right, pitching out to the fairway.
Could he hit like wedge, Roger, and get there that way?
Even with that, Johnny, as high as he's got to hit it over those trees, I think there's a risk that he might not be able to get it up quickly enough.
That's what he looks like he's going to do.
Yeah, it is what he looks like he's going to do, yes. Well, he's got it through a gap. That has worked.
Well, but it's got it through into the rough on the far side. But at least he's got a good angle. To the third green.
Back to Phil Mickelson, 4 par. These are U.S. Open putts, just like Sergio just made. They just have to go in, and you're faced with them all day.
Back to the second. Stewart Cink with his second shot.
Intermediate cut of rough, 181. Had to keep the ball down, trying to chase it in.
Well, he's judged it very well. This
What a
is
shot.
Fabulous shot. Cink struggled here at the second yesterday, made a double bogey 6, but that will certainly not be the case today after that great recovery shot. U.S. Open pressure, it affects different players in different ways. Right now, Garcia and Goosen are having trouble finding fairways. Stay with us. More final round coverage of the 101st U.S. Open. Welcome back. We're at the second hole. This is Retief Goosen's third. Pitching it out of the intermediate cut of rough, and as we've seen so many times before, Goosen giving himself a very realistic chance to save par. I just wonder how many times can he keep doing this?
Well, Stewart Cink has won a couple of times on the PGA Tour, but he has not been in this position and this major championship, even though he's contended in the U.S. Open. Earlier we asked him how he deals with this pressure.
Over the years being nervous, I found that it's possible to channel those feelings into positive energy, and you really have to let being nervous tell you how excited you are to be in the situation you're in and how much it means to you and how important it is to stay in your game plan and to stay focused and do your pre-shot routine. You know, you just have to remind yourself that, hey, the reason I feel nervous is because I have a chance here, and don't let this chance get away.
I think it's very well spoken, and it's very true. You go through your normal pre-shot routine and keep it simple and keep plugging away, hitting greens and making yourself give yourself a chance.
Does not work with a sports psychologist, coaches himself.
Mentioned earlier, just 3 birdies here all day. This for the 4th. Cink should have no problem making par. We go to 3.
And in the center of the fairway, Sergio playing his second shot on this par 4.
142-yard shot, Murph. Probably just a nice wedge for Sergio. Rocco Mediate has driven the ball into the right-hand rough. Greens firming out. You really have to play from the fairways right now, no matter where the hole location is.
Hole location to the right, and you have tilt over there on the right, so you want to avoid missing to the right.
Stay on. Stay on. Go.
Settle. Seems these fellows press those short irons, and when they do, that ball lands and it is spinning. We've seen a lot of that, Tiger, at number 9 today.
Well, I'm not sure where Rocco's ball will end up, Murph, but I'll tell you, it will not do what Sergio's did out of this lie. It's really a pretty good lie, but it's definitely going to shoot out of here. 135 yards.
Tough shot, hole location-wise and wind-wise for his ball flight, huh?
Well, Conversely, you see with no spin, that ball has a chance to feed forward. It's a beautiful shot. Good position from which to putt for birdie.
At the second, par putt for Goosen to remain at 5 under. Boy, we've seen him hold a lot of pressure-packed putts and do it looking very calmly. Ahead to 4.
Second upcoming here for Mark Brooks at this par 4, 368-yard hole. Ed?
Very good drive down the right-hand side in the fairway. That's the key. Only 120 yards to the hole. The wind has picked up quite a bit, mostly coming from his right. Should be just a little 9-iron or maybe a firm wedge.
Drifts a considerable distance away, but a good steady start for Brooks. 3 straight pars, remains 4 under, 1 back to 12.
And Tiger Woods earlier on the 12th, 151 yards. This is a U.S. Open hole location, right behind the bunker. Oh, what a golf shot, straight up in the air. Tiger's 2 over par. He makes that. He goes 1 over par. He has 6 holes to play. If he posts 2 under, he can win. On the tee at 3, that the tee ball of Retief Goosen. What a break. Retief is going to have to start to find some fairways here, Roger.
Well, he is, and got a huge break there, and that 40-minute to last was pretty amazing. But Murph, I've never seen anybody continue to do this and win a U.S. Open. Have you?
No, you don't do it.
Maybe he's got a really good horoscope this week.
He needs a lumberman the way he's going.
One countries with the most players represented at the U.S. Open. It has become more of an international contingent, and one of those just short of the green at the 3rd, Sergio.
Much like the shot he had at the 2nd, but he is going to chip this one.
Oh, this looks good. It is. That look only tells you he thought the ball would feed to the right as it started to die. That's a good save. And back to the tee at 3. Roger?
It's a 3-wood for Stewart Cink.
Whoops.
This ball cutting again to the right. Same direction as Goosen's and not nearly as fortunate. Catches the right rough.
Landed in the people. Not sure if it went left or right. Over to 4.
3rd shot for Mickelson from the Bermuda rough. Big swing, chops it up, well short.
A little fortunate that it stayed on the side of that hill.
He's going to be tested again for par. To 12.
And Tiger taking a look at his birdie putt. Remember, he has a short par 5 ahead of him that he can easily knock on into. And there's birdies going in. We saw VJ and Tom Kite finish. Well, that's the story of the week, I'm afraid. You can imagine how slight the difference is in that ball staying out or going in. And Rocco now for the outright lead.
From about 20 feet, had a good look at Sergio Garcia's putt as it approached on the same line. Rocco didn't hit it.
At the 4th, Mark Brooks, long birdie attempt.
There's a ridge he has to come up that runs across the green here. Makes it tough to get it the right speed and get it to the hole. He's a bit of a pop putter, so he can get it there easier than most guys.
Should be 4 straight pars for Mark Brooks.
Good start.
Who, after winning that major championship back in '96 at the PGA Championship, saw his game fall to depths that he could never have imagined since that big year in '96. Has not had a top 3 finish and has finished in the top 10 just 8 times. Has been playing better and better. But what a championship win this would be for Mark Brooks. The MetLife Blimp Snoopy 2 is teamed up with NBC Sports, providing us with this bird's eye view of this championship. Gorgeous Sunday in Tulsa. And now a long attempt for par for Mickelson to remain 2 back. And it's going to be the first bogey of the day for Mickelson. Able to save it at the first, but not here at the 4th. And he drops to 2 under par. So Phil Mickelson now 3 back. Came to this final round Sunday on the doorstep of yet another major opportunity. The latest, he hopes, doesn't slip away. So coming off the bogey, Mickelson has his sights on a par 5 5th bounce back opportunity. That would fit the trend, but very disappointing for Phil Mickelson. Johnny?
Well, he'd trade all those lip out type of finishes for just this one major, so it won't bother him a bit. I think maybe that's what he's needed, though, is to really refocus. And he's changed his putting stroke where it's a shorter backswing, it's more compact. I think he's going to be more effective on the shorter putts, and we've seen that. He's not missing those 4, 5, 6 footers like he's been doing it in Ryder Cups and big championships and other tournaments, so maybe it's paying off.
Well, an unexpected blunder a moment ago by Rocco Mediate, missing that short par putt at the 3rd. So after rolling in the long birdie putt at the 1st, makes the bogey at the 3rd, and Mediate drops out of the tie at the top. He's now 1 back, and back to 3.
And we watch Stewart Cink walk up on the green. Stewart left it significantly short there. He had a bad lie, Roger?
No, actually, Murphy had a very, very good lie in the rough where the gallery had walked and had trampled the rough. I don't know if he was expecting a flyer or if he just missed club, because he came up well short. About 20 yards short of the green now. Has a pitch that is not easy. There's quite a slope from right to left coming out of the bunker on the front right portion of this green. And if he lands it short, it's going to kick it pretty hard left. And if he lands it anywhere but just on top of it or just short of on top of it, it's, I think, going to get well past the hole. Not an easy pitch at all.
Nice job with that. That was a very crisp hit. You could hear it. Just brushed the ground. That's a terrific shot when your nerves are jumping just a little bit. Over to 5.
Second shot for David Duval at the longest hole in Open history, the par 5, 642.
.307 yards. He wants to hit a power fade if he can through that opening, run it up, scoot it up there, and sort of over faded it, as you can see on the right side.
Duval at +1, and we go to the 4th for the 2nd for Rocco Mediate.
124 yards, very important shot in the round, I think, now for Rocco.
And it delivers a pretty good one.
Well, it was interesting, Johnny, watching him back on that 3rd green. It was not a very good stroke on the first putt, and I guess I just feel Rocco's only going to have so many chances in his career to win a U.S. Open. He can't leave 20-foot uphill putt short. He left it 2.5 feet short and missed it.
Now Sergio.
122. Needs to land it just right of the flag if he wants to get it close.
Got to handle the backspin also, Mark. Make sure he gets it up to the hole.
Well, he pulled it.
There's that spin that's hasn't cost him, but that's these holes that are just above the tiers are tough when you got spin.
To 3.
Goosen for birdie, top of the green. Downhill breaker to the right. Nope. Got away right in the middle of the putt.
Well, off the tee, this long hole, par 5. Mickelson has a chance to bounce back from that bogey.
Hasn't hit the fairway this week, though, on this hole. He is 1 under, though, from the rough. Might be a good one here.
Picks up the tee early. Looks like he got a lot of that one.
He got a pretty big hop to the right, but that isn't going to be in the fairway. Good spot there to come in for his little draw shot.
Back to 3.
Stewart Cink eyeing his par putt. Not a hard putt, but we saw Rocco Mediate miss one shorter than this, so you take your time on these when the greens are this quick. It's okay now.
At the 5th, third shot for Paul Azinger. 4 back.
Got a little hanging lie, ball below his feet. Oh, yeah.
Wow. Did a little dance around the hole location there and still is moving back to 13.
And Tiger Woods back in the fairway, 95 yards. He hit a bad drive, had to lay up to this position. Not an easy shot from here. This reminiscent of the 15th at Augusta where you're hitting your 3rd if you lay up. Tiger's not familiar with that, of course, but it's downhill. You're standing downhill trying to hit a shot to a hard green and hopefully hold it.
That hole location's a brutal one. Really brutal.
Gotta be careful here. He has to carry it pretty close to the hole. Yeah. Pulled it. That's just what I've seen all week. Seen pulls and fat shots into the lake, believe it or not, by the world's best.
Long birdie attempt for Sergio Garcia.
Coming back up the hill here, it's going to turn to Sergio's right. Johnny, there are a lot of back hole locations today, and Sergio's going to have to figure out how to not put so much spin on the ball on shots coming into these greens when the hole's in the back.
That's true. It's a good point.
Plus, with the greens firming up, he'll be spinning back even harder. Let's go to Jimmy Roberts.
Dan, thanks very much. And as you can see, we're joined by Tom Kite, the author of 64 today. Now, we looked it up. 106 rounds in the Open dating back 31 years. And all this time, it's taken you to age 51 to do this. This is your best round by far. 2 things. Congratulations. Number 2, how does that happen?
First of all, thank you, and I have no clue how that happened, Jimmy. You know, it was just kind of one of those days that, you know, I got there really hitting the ball well today, and I left it on the proper side of the hole. And as y'all have alluded to so often, it's very difficult to get the ball close to the pin, and today I kept it on the underside of the hole and was able to make some good putts today, and a couple of long bombs too.
Of course, we are familiar with final low rounds in the Open. As you can see, your name now near the top of that list, which if coming in this week, would you have expected something like this?
Actually, well, no, you never expect a 64, no question about that. But realistically, Jimmy, I felt like I had an excellent chance of having a good finish in this tournament. I had been playing very well from tee to green and have been working so hard on my short game, and it really started to gel a little bit a couple of weeks ago, and so I'm very excited. The first 3 days I didn't hit the ball worth a darn. Probably the worst that I've hit it for a couple of years from tee to green, but I scrambled well, and then last night I kind of figured out something that I was doing wrong with my swing and continued to putt well today.
73, 72, 72 in the first 3 rounds. A long time ago, you were the player who wore that moniker around your neck of best player to never win a major, and you broke it at the Open. Yep. Can you talk a little bit about what some of the pressure that some of these guys out there, notably Phil Mickelson, perhaps David Duval, must be feeling here?
Well, there's no question. There's a lot of heat that's being dumped on these guys, and it's unfortunate because a lot of these guys are so young that that this label should not be put on them at this time in their career. But I guess somebody's always going to have it, and I hope that in very short order, Sergio and Phil and David get that label off their back.
Tom, thanks for joining us. 9 for 9 in cuts on the regular tour since turning 50 now, and you're thinking about getting into the Masters, which is what a top 8 gets you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
You're welcome. Let's go on out to the course to the 4th.
Thank you, Jimmy. As Rocco Mediate is next for birdie and a share of the lead. 2 of the 4 lowest final rounds in Open history have been shot here today. Mr. Kite and Mr. Singh. Rocco rolls the rock at the 4th. For his second birdie in the first 4 holes.
Very impressive after ginching it on the hole before to come back and make a good stroke. It's good for him.
Up ahead, Paul Azinger for his birdie at the 5th.
That was a good roll there. He did that a bunch of times yesterday when he was hitting every green in regulation almost. So he's hanging in there though, playing a good round.
Very in control. Has that left for par to remain at 1 under. As you look at this leaderboard, Johnny, the only major championship wins turned in by Mark Brooks. Again, that was 5 years ago. And then there's Paul Azinger.
That's true. First page of the leaderboard. Doesn't have a lot of experience in this area.
By the way, Garcia made his par putt at 4. Sergio remains at 3 under, and Zinger remains at 1 under, 4 back of the lead shared by Sink and Goosen. Here's the list that Jimmy and Tom were talking about. Most PGA Tour wins without a major. Mickelson with 18. And here is Phil Mickelson at the 5th. Ed?
Beautiful drive here, Dan, in the right side of the fairway. He's got a perfect angle. It's a long way, 314, but with his length, if he hits a hot one, he can get there. He has started this ball to the left toward the big trees. Looks like it cleared them and got close to the bunker at the green.
Very similar shot that he hit on 18 at Pebble Beach this year that went in the water. The driver off the fairway, almost identical flight.
Tiger for birdie at 13, his 6th of the day, but that one is way offline. Tiger just hadn't had his keen reads this week, and noticeably his speed has been slower on putts. I think that has a lot to do with your read. You read the putts differently and then hit them too easy. He's missed a lot of putts on the low side. There you see he bogeyed the 2nd. Made a couple of birdies and then birdied 11, so he's doing one thing right, but still making bogeys.
At the 4th, this is Retief Goosen, his 2nd.
Just on the start of the upslope, coming out of the gully in the center of the fairway. 125 yards, of course, to an elevated green, wind against. He's got a 9-iron out.
It's tough to get the ball on the top tier, Roger. Rocco just pulled it off and made birdie.
A lot of room back there. This is added, just left of it.
See if it stays. Very nice. Just the right amount of spin.
Goosen has a chance for his first birdie of the day, and over at the 5th, Rocco Mediate has already played ahead of Sergio and has driven it in the rough, and now Sergio's turn at this longest hole in Open history.
He's going to try and emulate what he did yesterday here, Dan. There's a big tree over on the left-hand side. He hits it right over the top of that tree with a draw. Yesterday he had a 2-iron into this green.
Into the bunker.
That's a bad break there because now he's got a big lip in front of him. He's just probably going to have to hit a wedge or 9-iron.
Back to the 4th, 2nd for Sink.
It's an unusual little hop there he took, and very little spin, but it's a good shot.
Steady start for the final pair of Goosen and Cink. Tied for the lead at 5 under with Rocco Mediate. Stewart Cink looking for his first birdie of the day at the 4th. Big bender.
You're starting to get that major championship patina, Johnny.
Yeah, that one there had way too much pace for it, but he has putted great this week, #1 in putting.
Ahead to the 5th, the 3rd shot from the rough for Mickelson.
Not a good angle really coming out of the rough with that hole location, but he could do it, and he's done it. What a shot.
What a shot by Mickelson. Tracking, looking like it might go in.
Phil.
Boy, the pattern continues. The bogey at the 4th, that'll be a tap-in birdie for Mickelson at the 5th, and he gets it right back. How much stress can this 31-year-old have, especially in these major championships?
Well, when you look on the surface, he's the guy that should be winning this championship. He's earned it probably with his play over the years.
This has been the easiest par 3 on the golf course through 3 rounds, and Azinger's birdie putt comes up just short to 4.
Goosen for birdie. Goosen already has reached the 6 under score in this championship.
One of the smoothest putting strokes I've seen.
He'll remain at 5 under.
It's in great shape. The spotlight hasn't been on him too much. He seems to be, the break he got at 2 to hit the tree and go actually across the creek and make 4. I don't know if too many people have made par from left of the creek at 2, including all the members.
Over at the 5th, Mark Brooks for birdie. One of the reasons his game fell off so dramatically, he admits, was he went through equipment changes. He says he also got tired, and Johnny, he just got into one of those bad swing grooves. This is for par, actually, at the 5th for Mark, and did all that playing, and all of those bad habits got ingrained, and he just said he should have taken time off, but he just kept playing.
Well, he ranked 153rd coming into this championship in greens hit, and this week he's 2nd, so something clicked.
Well, he says there's too much to do about rankings. He says, I'm a lot better than my ranking. Says the golfing public sometimes gets too far caught up into that.
Well, greens hit, if you look at the guys on the top of the leaderboard, that's a key stat.
Talk about world rankings, actually.
Oh, yeah. Playing a big left to right, or it looked like he just really yanked that, but it looked like he was aiming maybe just outside left, and he pulled it about 4 or 5 inches out.
Bogey for Brooks, back to 3 under. Falls 2 back. 106th on the money list for Brooks. Only top 10 at Hilton Head this year. Now Cink for par at the 4th. Very cool. And that's 4 in a row. 4 pars for Cink. 14. Check in with Tiger Woods for birdie.
Very popular spot to putt from on this hole location. It's almost impossible to get the ball close off the tee, and saw Tom Kite go by. Everybody's past the hole on this. It's just over the bunker on the right side.
Tiger will remain 2 under on his round today, 7 shots back, and we'll remind you that Pete Sampras goes for yet another Wimbledon title. Our coverage begins Saturday, June 30th here on NBC Sports, and we go to the tee at number 6.
Again, the par 3 measuring 185 yards today. Hole cut just over the bunker. You can see in the middle of your screen.
Straight downwind at the moment, Gary.
Made a hole-in-one on this hole on Friday. But a much different hole location today.
He has pushed this, or pulled it to the right side.
That is a long, long way from the hole. Not a good hole location for Phil. We mentioned the ace on Friday. Well, it was an 8-iron. 173 yards. Over on the front right portion of the green, allowing him to play his natural left to right shot. Oh, and one hop right in.
Somebody say eat it up there, Gary?
Somebody in the gallery said eat it up, and the hole did just that.
That's taking a big bite and gobbling it up.
Back to the fifth.
And the third for Garcia. Mark?
It's a long one, 184 yards. Only could get a 9-iron over the lip of the bunker that he drove into. He has pulled this one way to the left, and Johnny, I did not count all those waggles, but I'll tell you, if that golf club were a tube of toothpaste, it would be empty.
Well, our official, or I should say unofficial count is 20 waggles. Now that may differ from time to time because he can really waggle in a hurry.
That was really a poor shot. You don't want to be waggling that many times. It just can't be that many good things going on in your head.
Now mediate.
Intermediate rough on the right, 172. And that's a good shot there. Sergio's not going to like where he finds his ball.
Well, it's somewhat miraculous, Mark, that Rocco is even in this championship. He came very close to pulling out of this U.S. Open before his Thursday tee time, and last night he told us about the story.
Well, Thursday morning I woke up, I couldn't hardly walk. Don't ask me why, don't ask me how, but my left hip was locked up. It was pathetic. Had the chiropractor work on me, the fitness trailer. Went to the range, looked at Pete, my caddy, Pete Bender, and I said, I don't know if I can go. He goes, what happened? I told him, he goes, well, let's just hit a few more. I hit a few more, and then bad, terrible. And he looked at me, I said, Pete, what do I do? I don't want to go make a fool of myself. He goes, look, can you get it around for me today? I went, I guess I could try. Because if you can get it around today, you never know if you feel good the next day. If you go home and you feel good the next day, you're going to kill yourself. And all of a sudden, I got it around, and then I felt good, then I felt better, and hopefully tomorrow's best.
Well, way to urge him on, Pete. That is Pete Bender, Rocco's caddy. And by the way, Bender has caddied for a couple of major champions in the past. Greg Norman he took around at the '86 British Open where the Shark won there. And Ian Baker Finch he caddied for at the '91 British Open. So, Pete, keep talking to Rocco.
He used to work for Jerry Hurd when Jerry Hurd was really a gun on the Pro Tour, one of the young Lions. And he's a very positive guy. And he's a guy who could just putt the eyes out of it. He thinks every putt's an easy putt.
To 6.
Well, this is not an easy putt. Phil Mickelson, Ed Snead, a long way from the hole.
A long way from the hole, Gary. The greens have that crusty look, as we've alluded to. This putt is going to break to the left, and if he hits the ball and gets close to the hole, it'll be a magnificent lag.
Just be careful. If he misses low, the ball will really roll away from the hole. Hold on. All right. It's still some work left. Ahead to 7.
Second shot for Paul Azinger at this 382-yard par 4. Zinger at 1 under, 4 back.
163 yards. He's asking for it to get down.
Pops up out of that Bermuda.
That's a good break there, and that's a nice birdie try.
And over to the 5th. Sergio.
Got just 10 feet of green between the fringe and the hole, and that was really the only play he had, Johnny. I mean, once he put it up there, he was staring 6 all the way unless he can hold a long one.
That was his 4th shot, Mark.
He talked about working with his father, Victor, on those wedges to improve them, and he had been hitting them good until that one with the 20 regrips before he took it back.
Well, speaking of his dad, Victor, who has always been his swing coach, Garcia getting into the win column finally. Not exactly saying take that, but he has had a lot of critical remarks about his golf swing through the years and about whether it needs changing to not only just win, but win a major championship. And here he is on the first page of the leaderboard at this U.S. Open.
I tell you, his swing is very similar to Hubert Green's. If you look at the different sequences and how he drops it inside coming down, there's a lot of similarities, and Hubert did pretty well here.
Also been a lot of talk about the maturity and the temperament of the young Spaniard. Is he calm enough and control enough to win a championship of this magnitude? Seems to have it. He's just 2 back as we go back over to Tiger Woods.
He's at the 15th, the 412-yard par 4. He is laid well back, has a second shot of just over 200 yards. Back left hole location, and Johnny, there's Tiger trying to play a little shot.
Yeah, that's what I was
low
looking for.
Draw. Oh, beats it right through the wind and just over the back of the green.
That's a swing I wish he would have used at 9 every day, huh, Gary?
Yeah, try to bring something in a little lower with less spin. To the 5th.
Garcia for par.
It's a good touch.
But that'll be another bogey for Garcia. He'll drop to 2 under. We go to 6.
That's the par putt for Phil Mickelson. A good 2 putt for him. He'll remain at 3 under. Mark Brooks in the group with him, 2 putted as well, made his par. He also remains at 3 under.
Gary, that's been a tough distance for Phil, but I can really only remember just 1 putt this championship week from about that distance or so that he's missed. He's been pretty solid.
Well, he has, and he even mentioned it in his soundbite, didn't he, that he's really been working on that aspect of his game. Kind of identified it as being the biggest reason why he hasn't won more this year. Back at number 5.
And this is Rocco Mediate, who told us last night, he said, you know, I've never putted well enough in a major championship to really contend. That's the biggest difference why I've been able to be on the leaderboard this week. He's been very solid with this long putter.
Well, he's 5th in putting this week. That is definitely solid enough to win.
Johnny, back at Baltusrol in 1993, Rocco was 3rd in fairways hit, 3rd in greens hit, and only finished tied for 25th. So you could see the putting was the problem back then. This one's going to break pretty good to the right.
Is it enough? Not quite.
Getting a lot of good putts, though, with good touch.
He's got a great attitude. He said, you know, if I win this thing, I just might retire.
Well, they certainly didn't get flustered when he missed the short putt at number 3.
Grew up in Greensburg, Pennsylvania, western Pennsylvania. 16th year on the tour, 4 wins for him as Garcia knocks in the bogey. So Garcia is 3 back, and his playing competitor Mediate is tied for the lead. Saturday, July 7th, the fastest growing sport in America comes to NBC. NASCAR. It all kicks off in primetime under the lights with the Pepsi 400 as Jeff Gordon and all the NASCAR heroes take the green flag at Daytona. That's the Pepsi 400 as NASCAR comes to NBC again Saturday, July 7th. And we go to the 7th, and David Duval, all pars since that opening bogey, but this is 3rd from the rough.
Wow, what a shot.
And that's going to be 6 in a row for Duval. Beautiful par save for him, so he remains in touch, 6 shots back.
Been pretty impressed, really, with the level of play yesterday, all day long. Really, guys were not really, you know, faltering under the U.S. Open pressure. And again today, guys are still playing good golf and making good swings and good putts. And of course, we're not on the back 9 of Sunday at the U.S. Open. That could be a whole different story. We might be seeing guys leaking oil everywhere. Who knows? But it's good stuff so far. Good solid play.
To 6.
Rocco just said to Pete Bender, less wind than there was yesterday, it sounded to me like, but I think there's as much, if not more.
He's drawing an 8-iron. Likes to work it right to left.
It's doing just that, Gary, just right of the flag, but needs to bite. And I think he totally misjudged that wind. That one bounced into the screen back there. Now, there is a grandstand back behind this 6T and some trees over on the right, so maybe he felt like there wasn't much wind, but if you look up at the tops of the trees, it's definitely blowing hard right now.
How far over the green is that?
Well, it hit the thing back there and stopped it. Otherwise, it would have been 30 yards over the green.
Well, it was out of bounds. Yeah. Shorter than that, only about 35 feet over the green, but I think he's only about 10 or 15 feet over the back edge.
So he's got a good break there, huh, Gary?
Yes, that was a good break. Now Garcia with a 9-iron. Safely out to the right and a little short. So Garcia with a long putt for birdie. Mediate over the back with some work to do. Back to 5.
Third shot for Stewart Cink.
We talked about how hard it is to get on the top shelf. And there it is, into that bunker, short-sided. You don't want to be doing this on this long 5-par.
To 15.
Tiger Woods with a very, very delicate shot coming down the hill here at 15 from behind the green. Just moves the ball. Watch this. Watch this pick up speed. Very well executed, but he's still got 6 or 7 feet left. We go to 7.
Paul Azinger made his par in this hole to remain at 100, and now the live second shot from the rough by Mickelson.
Oh, what a shot.
Skips it up over the corner of the bunker.
That was about as good as he could have done almost.
Back to the 5th. A moment ago, the 3rd for Goosen. 1 of 3, tied at 5 under.
There's a smooth swing. Sometimes he gets a little quick first move down.
Well, we dubbed him the New Easy because it looks a lot like the syrupy swing of his fellow countryman Ernie Els. Effortless. I mean, he topped a drive at the 9th yesterday and came up the fairway, pulled out a piece of fruit like, let's go get it.
And then proceeded to make birdie, right?
Made birdie at the 9th, absolutely.
Paul Azinger set to go on the 8th hole. 231 yards today. The whole location right over that left bunker. Ideally, the player wants to be to the right of the bunker, anywhere on the green. Bad shot. Must have hit it on the toe and on the bottom. Didn't have any zip at all.
At the 5th, Stewart Cink working from the bunker, Roger.
Not much here. Green working away. He's got a bad angle. I just don't believe he can get this bunker shot anywhere near the hole, guarding a miracle.
It's hard to stop a bunker shot with not much green when it's sloping left to right because the spin is left to right.
Stay on the proper ridge. Well, that's okay.
It'll be a long par putt for Cink. Leading or tied for the lead after 3 rounds. Again, these are not major championships, but gives you an idea of how he's performed when the pressure is on. 0 for 3, though, at Colonial, Bell South, and back at the 97 BC Open. To 6.
Rocco mediate. Ready for his second from behind the green.
Bounced so far back that he didn't even have to take relief, Gary. Pretty good line.
Oh, that's got to hit the hole straight downhill from there. An area where it's very shady and the grass very sparse. Tough to get the club underneath the ball. Came out very low with no spin. At 15, Tiger Woods for his par. uphill, turn a little left. Good stroke. So Woods remains 2 under par in his final round. 2 over par for the championship. We go to the 5th.
And this is the final pairing of Goosen and Sink. Sink still with a long par putt left, but there's a look at the South African Goosen. Roger?
Yeah, that's from about 40 feet. Uphill, should move some to his right. It's a nice low angle.
Right.
Slow putt, just looking at 2 putt here, that's for sure. Never quite high enough. Not bad.
Well, Roger, earlier we mentioned that Goosen has won on the European Tour, but like Sink, an unfamiliar territory, and we asked Retief how he'll try to deal with the pressure of winning this championship.
Well, I just try and focus on my game, you know, and try and focus just on the shot in hand, you know, and try and tell myself it's just me out there and a little ball, you know, but, you know, in big crowds out there, that is a bit intimidating.
A lot of these players have their families and friends here with them. Retief Goosen is really all alone. His agent is about the only familiar face here other than the fellow competitors. His mom and dad back in South Africa. Got married a couple of months ago. But Tracy, his wife, is not here either. Over at 7, Mickelson's birdie attempt on the way. Phil will have that remaining to stay at 3 under. And back over to the 5th. Stewart Cink for par. He's gone 20 holes without a bogey.
Slow putt, moving a little bit to his left.
So Cink drops his first shot of the day. Remember yesterday dropping 3 in the first 2. So he's come back from a lot worse than this. He falls 1 back over to 6.
Par putt for Rocco Mediate. Back up the hill. So the overly aggressive tee shot cost Rocco a bogey. Sergio Garcia has putted up and missed his birdie attempt. It's just a 2.5 footer left for par. We go back to 5.
And if Goosen makes this for his par, he'll have the outright lead at 5 under. Five in a row for Goosen. And at this stage of the championship, good enough to have the lead by himself. 88 falling back to 4 under along with Cink.
Well, if he keeps making pars, he'll probably win this thing, even though he's won 2 Opens before. They were just French Opens.
And at 18, Scott Verplank. The local ties at 18 for his birdie. A moment ago. Finishes at +6, 71 today for the former Oklahoma State All-American. Lives in Edmond, Oklahoma.
Pretty good playing, actually. Solid.
In fact, won the '84 U.S. Amateur at Oak Tree Golf Club in Edmond. Plenty of fans for him here this week. Back over to the tee at 6.
Retief Goosen will be first to play, and Roger, a fairly intimidating looking hole location from the tee.
Almost looks like they missed the green with this one. Looks like it's sticking up out of the bunker. All the way in the left-hand corner. I guess the good news is the wind, if anything, is helping you shape the shot in that way.
Well, wire-to-wire winners and majors at Southern Hills. Look at all of them here. 2 U.S. Opens, Raymond Florin in the PGA, Nick Price in the PGA, and with Goosen having at least a share of the lead, maybe the pattern will stay intact.
Very unusual. This whole location, Gary, definitely favors what? A little draw shot.
A little draw shot ideal, Johnny, but I'm thinking right now in the position that Retief is in, just take it out toward the center of the green. If it draws a little bit and you get a 20-foot putt for birdie, that'd be great.
This is an 8-iron.
It's looking a little right, Gary.
Oh, very high. This at the right side of the green.
A rather loose shot, and will just get into the back fringe. And that is really a long way from the hole.
I don't think that ball was struck all that squarely, Gary. It didn't have a very positive ball flight. It looked kind of like a floater.
Oh, you got a lot of sand right at impact. Did you see that, Gary?
Yes, did see a lot of sand fly. That tee is a little sparse as far as the grass is concerned.
Stewart Cink now has a 9-iron.
Picked it right off that tee, no divot.
This well right is as well and comes up well short.
No divot at all.
Stewart Cink struggling a little bit with some of his ball striking. Retief Goosen, well, he's way to the right at the short par 3 6th as well. Both of those players have got some work cut out for them if they're going to make par there. But right now, Goosen has the lead by 1. We'll be right back.
The 101st U.S. Open is brought to you by Titleist, serious clubs for serious golfers, and by Morgan Stanley, formerly Morgan Stanley Dean Witter. Move your money. Get well connected.
Phil Mickelson has arrived at the par 3 8th, 231 yards, and he is 2 shots back of the sole lead held by Goosen.
Well, we've watched this hole all day, and it seems like we haven't really seen a ball close to the hole, so pars are great scores here. Uphill. Small little opening.
That's a 2-iron, Johnny. Yesterday he had a 4-iron short.
I remember playing this hole. Anything on the green, you just say thank you very much and make par and get out of here.
231-yard par 3.
Ed, you can't hardly even get it at that whole location, can you?
You really can't, Johnny. That was a great shot. Very high, well struck.
And you look at the club selection, look at the spread here.
Well, we talked about it early in the championship. Hubert Green, when he won here, laid it up every time in front of the green to take the rough out of the play in the bunkers and part it every day.
You know, Johnny, we got this 231-yard par 3. We've got the longest par 4 in history, longest par 5. And what's next? A 500-yard par 4. I guess that's right around the corner here, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Well, we had just had an update. Hubert Green actually chipped it in one day. So I guess it worked for him. Billy Casper did the same thing. I think at the 58 Open at Wingfoot, played it short of all the greens.
Here's Brooks. 5-wood.
He has started this ball toward the right side.
Just
climbs
on, Ed. So Mickelson and Brooks, mission accomplished at the 8th, although a long way away from a birdie. 6.
Just a moment ago, Stewart Cink with a little pitch and run from short of the green, up and over the ridge. Nicely done. Good touch there. We go ahead to 17.
And a moment ago, Scott Hoch for birdie. Is it enough, and will it turn?
Scott. What a putt.
It's back-to-back birdies for Hoch. Gets him to 1 under on his round today, plus 4 for the championship. He's got a batch of birdies on the back 9, 4 in all. Back to 6.
Goosen ready with his second shot. Roger, the cut of rough, they're going to bother this at all?
Well, it looks pretty smooth here, so he selected the putter, this uphill and moving left. Took one little bobble coming out of the rough.
How about this?
How about oh my!
Unexpected birdie. Leaves Goosen now to 6 under par. 2 shots ahead. take another look. What a great putt. Playing it about 3-4 feet out to the right. Perfect speed. Just easy left. Could be his time, Johnny.
Could very well be. It's a nice par by Stewart, though.
Yep, good up and down by Sink to remain within 2.
Well, it certainly has that feeling for Retief Goosen, especially Johnny Miller, when you think back to yesterday and look at all the times that he got up and down, was able to save his par. Now he gets the unlikely birdie, and the last player to make the U.S. Open and his first win in the United States was Ernie Els, South Africa, 1994 at Oakmont. So it has that feeling, but there's a whole lot of golf left here in the back 9.
Well, they talk about it at the Masters. You know, it starts on the back 9. Of course, that's where their coverage used to start too. But the bottom line is, it is in the back 9, and right now Retief Goosen has got all the spotlight on him. Before he was, he just got the lead on the hole before last. Now he's got another stroke on the lead, so now the pressure is going to really fall heavily on Retief, and it'd be interesting to see how he responds. He looks so calm. It reminds me like Ernie Els. I don't know where they come from and why that sort of Polynesian type of personality, but it really works well under heavy pressure at the U.S. Open.
Could he be the new easy Retief Goosen? Made it look easy at the 6th to get the advantage, and here he is at this 7th, par 4, 382 yards.
A very narrow driving area here. You can see it's a reverse bank dogleg. It's sloping this way, and the hole is going this way. Did he overhook it? I don't know. It's
yes, he's taking this ball too far left, John.
Yep, that's into those trees. You know, remember the good bounces.
A little bit of a kick. He's had a lot of those too.
Yeah, the break really on number 1 and also number 2 and number 3. You can see this hole here. We talked about it at 382 yards, how it's up and over. It's a sort of a blind shot if you wanted to hit drive on top of the hills. Approximately 150 yards up in there, but Goosen is, of course, in that area there. And he got through some limbs to get to that point. Now he's got a clear shot to the green, I think. So maybe like Tiger Woods even said, to win a major, you got to have a few breaks go your way. And that right now Goosen's getting them.
Well, this is Rocco Mediate for birdie at the 7th. And that is way, way off the mark. Now back to the tee. Sink, who's now 2 back.
Yeah, good ball. Just turning right to left, down the left center. This is good shape.
Everybody thinks Stewart Cink's a short hitter, but this week Stewart Cink has just been ripping it off the tee. He's ranked 6th with 304-yard average.
Back up to the green. Sergio Garcia has this for birdie. Mark?
Well, he wanted to get a read off Rocco Mediate's putt, but Rocco simply hit it too hard. And of course, with this pair here, there is only one twosome behind him. So when they heard that roar back at number 6, they knew it was either Cink or Goosen. Sergio, of course, is a classic scoreboard watcher. He will know exactly where everybody stands most of the round.
Just didn't do much, Mark.
Garcia will remain at 2 under. He's been losing ground, began the day 1 behind Goosen, and now finds himself 4 shots behind.
Not quite the same energy he had yesterday for whatever reason, Dan. I think he needs something to sort of get him jump started.
Yes, he does.
To number 8.
And Phil Mickelson facing a similar putt that Tiger had earlier today. He left it 4 feet short. Phil is telling you that ball's not hit hard enough. That is a fooler coming down there.
At the 16th, Tiger Woods with this 7-footer for par. All right, good read, good stroke. I'm sure Tiger thinking, I can just birdie the last 2. You never know. Back to 8.
Phil, as we talked earlier about these putts, he made a very important putt on number 1 for par.
He has changed his routine today. He's putting these putts much quicker than he did yesterday and not consulting with his caddy as much, Bob.
Makes sense to me because most of them are a lot straighter. You try to read too much break into those, then you hit them easy and they get offline. That's a good par for another reason. Phil did not attack that hole. He put it right in the green, made his par.
At the 7th, par attempt for Mediate to remain 2 back. Another solid putt. 2 birdies, 2 bogeys for Mediate. And back in the fairway, Stewart Cink discussing things. Roger?
147 yards to the hole. Of course, the hole cut just over that bunker there. Guards the front right side of this green. But Stewart can be reasonably aggressive with this shot when coming maybe slightly against and from the right. Whereas Retief Goosen, although he got a great lie, he just can't be too aggressive with it. He's got a great lie in the rough, but I just don't believe that he's going to be able to spin the ball enough to really play it at the flagstick.
Taking a lot of time, Roger.
Yeah, this is a 9-iron, John.
Well, you heard him earlier talk about just playing the 1 shot at a time, staying within the shot routine, not hurrying anything.
Excuse me, actually, this is an 8-iron. Ball very, very high. A little bit left of the hole.
Percentage shot, huh, Roger?
Yes, it was. Took the bunker out of play with that shot, John.
Now the leader by 2, Roger.
That's just 126 yards to the hole, normally a wedge, and that is what he's playing. But the only 2 things that will help him stop this ball, I believe, are the wind against him and the trajectory of the shot. Well, he's hit it very, very high, but way left of the hole. Had to play over there somewhere, John. He could have done a little better than that with it, though.
Well, he's got a 2-shot lead. Looks pretty good to me.
There it is.
Pars are wonderful when you got a 2-shot lead at the Open.
Absolutely. To the tee at 8.
And Sergio Garcia, only 3 out of 10 players have hit this green. I like the play that Phil Mickelson just made. Can Sergio do the same?
He has pulled the last 4 iron shots, Murph, so it'll be interesting to see if he can get this one at least started on line and then turn it back.
Change from a 3-iron, Mark, to a 2-iron.
Well, he started at the right of the green and hit this one straight. So he's going to have pretty much the same putt Tiger Woods had a couple hours ago.
That's a good play. It's a safe play.
Well, let's take a look at this lag a la Ben Hogan. Even Hubert Green had a little bit. It looks like a real strong left-hand grip. Can you see that? Also right hand. Real standard here, standard, and then watch the download here coming down into it. Look at the lag coming in that. Oh, man. And the reason why he's pulling it is he has to have that lead of the top of the club angle get in there real deep to handle the heavy release he has at the bottom. Otherwise, he'll pull hook it.
Yeah, that release is incredibly quick. Rocco now.
Thought it was a big putt, Murph, that he holed back at 7 for par.
I agree 100%. Rocco's chosen 2-iron as well.
That was a mishit. Bounced into the bunker.
Well, better in the bunker than over this green.
At 18, moment to go, Scott Hoch for his par after rolling in that birdie at 17 for back-to-back birdies, and Hoch in with a 69 today.
Made some nice putts.
Again, the rounds of the day turned in by Vijay Singh and Tom Kite as Hoch moves into a tie for 17th. We've seen 3 64s shot in this championship. Best that Goosen has been able to produce was the 66 in the first round, but he has been steady. 70 and then the 69 and 1 under on his round today as he looks over this birdie at 7.
I really believe that the short rough, basically for the championship, probably was about half a stroke easier a day anyway, on average. Big difference being able to recover out of this rough.
Yeah, this putt from about 45 feet. Downhill slightly, will move to his right. Might straighten up a little bit in the area of the hole, but not much.
Left, but everything seemingly so in control. Even when he gets in the rough, he just kind of lazily pops it out. No big slashes, no big wasted energy from 32-year-old Goosen. And we remind you of our Wimbledon coverage Saturday, June 30th. 4 years ago, at only 16 years of age, it was Martina Hingis becoming the youngest lady in the Open era to win a Wimbledon singles title. Now she looks to regain her dominance in the Grand Slams. That has been taken over by one Jennifer Capriati. Hingis looks to take home a second Wimbledon crown Saturday, June 30th, as we go out to the ninth for the second shot of Mark Brooks. Ed?
Mark's 136 yards from the hole, right in the center of the fairway. Beautiful drive. At 136 going uphill against the wind, I would think he'd need maybe to punch a little 7-iron. He certainly doesn't want to throw it up in the air with something like an 8 and have the ball spin back toward the front of the green.
He's got to get it up on top, Ed, otherwise it could come all the way off the green like Tiger Woods. A little chase move, little Texas Fort Worth special. That was pure. That was really cool. I wish every kid could see that across the country who's playing golf, how he did that. That's a very handy shot at windy conditions, British Open, up over a tier.
Well, on this hole, actually, he's not even really, doesn't seem like he's on the hole. He seems like he's more on the first hole. Mickelson in trouble as you take a shot from high above. Ed, what can you tell us?
Well, he hit a driver off the tee, and I can't fault the play. He's hit his driver very straight today, and he's missed fairways with his 2-iron. He actually has a shot to put the ball on the green, but it'd be impossible to get it near the hole. He's got some tree limbs that overhang a little opening here. They're about 15 feet high, so he has to sort of hit a punch chip shot. But if he lands on this upslope, takes something like a little 8-iron, he can chase the ball up on the green onto the left side.
See if he can pull it off.
He's definitely the most gambling golfer in the game. There's no doubt about it. He'll hit that driver more times than anybody for a long hitter.
Well, he did not clear the rough. He had a thick lie, and it bounced in the rough, so it lost any chance to get up to the green.
So while Mickelson scrambles at the ninth, we can tell you that Goosen made his par at the 7th and remains 6 under. 2 clear of the field in the U.S. Open.
Welcome back to the U.S. Open, our 101st. This earlier, while we were in commercial, Rocco Mediate, another small miss. And he makes a bogey. Now back on the tee. Goosen with a 3-iron.
This ball starting at the right side of the green, turning toward the center. Hit that wind, Murph. It's a long way to hit a 3-iron right now.
Yeah, the wind is gusting a bit, and that was a misjudge, wasn't it?
Moment ago at the 9th, Mickelson's 3rd.
Tough to get it there up that ridge. He might have got it a little bit heavy. Leaves himself a hard, slow putt up that hill.
For his par. And here it was.
Not a lot of break here.
Didn't hit it. So that is the second bogey for Mickelson on the front 9 out in 36. Goes to the back 9, 4 strokes back to the 8th.
And Stewart Cink.
That's a 3-iron as well. This at the center of the green. Wind seems to have died a little bit right now.
Very good shot. Only 2 birdies all day. Tom Kite and Chris DeMarco. Tom Kite made it from the right front corner of the green. So it's the most difficult par 3 all week here at Southern Hills.
Moment ago, 3rd for Tiger Woods from behind the green.
It's quick from back here. Real quick. Now it's going down a little slope. Good touch. Very nice.
And then Tiger followed it up with this putt for par. Just veered off at the end.
He's been making those par putts all day, but he's left himself too many par putts.
So he's back to 1 under on the day. 3rd bogey of the day, back to +3, 9 back. Over at the 9th for Birdie Brooks. Is to get into a tie for 2nd. So Brooks settles for yet another par. He's had a batch of them, 8 pars, and then the bogey for Brooks at the 5th. So he's out in 36, same as Mickelson. Who's going to go out and catch the goose? Retief Goosen from South Africa, the leader by 2. Welcome back to Southern Hills Country Club as we continue our coverage of this 101st United States Open on NBC Sports. Retief Goosen at 6 under par. 2 shots better than Stewart Cink right now, who is playing with. And at the 8th.
And Goosen's ball on the way. Chip shot horribly judged. That was a miscue. I don't know if he hit it fat. Could you see, Roger?
Well, no, he hit it okay. It checked up on him. He just played a bad shot. First real miscue. With the short club anyway, Murph, that I've seen.
Yeah, you know, he played well last year in the U.S. Open at Pebble Beach. We'll go to 9.
Well, a familiar position for Sergio today. He's got to pull off maybe a Seve-like type of shot here, Mark.
Got 109 yards. Bare lie. They'll try and hit a low draw. That's exactly what he has done. Just left of the flag, but not quite far enough. Actually got a good break because it spun back toward the primary rough and hung up.
I get the feeling Sergio likes what he just pulled off to 8.
Stewart Cink now on a putt that most of the players have left way short. Stewart does the opposite. Back at the 13th, Kirk Triplett now for a birdie to go 3 under for the day, 1 under for the championship.
And at 18, Tiger Woods finishing up. 2nd shot from the rough.
Hit it as hard as he can possibly swing, just lashes it by that tree up onto the green, and there isn't anybody in the field that could have pulled that off.
So Tiger actually has played pretty well since the 74 and the 71, Johnny, at 69, and then has a 1-under round going today. Tiger Woods probably wishes this championship began yesterday.
Yeah. Still struggling tee to green, but he's managed his game well.
Some of the streaks ending. Major championship victories in a row, 4. No one has ever won 5. Top 5s in majors. Top 10s in majors. Rounds of par better in the U.S. Open. And on and on and on. It has been an unbelievable standard which Tiger Woods has set for himself. Back to 8.
And Goosen, for his par, still has a mound to deal with between himself and the hole. So a bogey, he'll drop at least 1 from just in front of the green. Just a bad pitch, a misjudge. That's a curious thing about those tightly mown areas. You have such a choice of clubs, and that one he chose incorrectly for himself.
Well, even though Tiger Woods has been out of contention for much of this championship, still commanding the huge galleries, and he deserves it. It's been it's one of the most remarkable things we have witnessed in sports history. Forget about golf. What Tiger Woods has accomplished in the last year since the major championship run began at Pebble Beach. The 15-shot victory, 12 under at Pebble Beach in the 100th U.S. Open has been, well, you just run out of words to describe it.
Well, the thing that's so amazing to me is that it was 65 under in those 4 championships, which averaged just under 68 a round. Give me a break. That's major championship golf. This isn't the Bob Hope Desert Classic and the Walt Disney World Open, or whatever you want to call it.
It's been amazing, and you know, everyone just kind of expected that Tiger would just kind of pick up where he left off at the Masters. And I remember you remarking before the championship began, as this crowd pays homage to what Tiger has done coming into this championship. But you remarked when we were doing the preview show in the U.S. Open, you know, sooner or later this is going to end, and maybe this is just the time. Maybe 5 straight's just asking too much.
Well, it's just mathematical odds. You know, I mean, you'd think that you're due for not your best performance, and somebody else is going to have a good performance. So, like Tiger says, you got to have a little luck.
So Goosen tapped in for his bogey there, so now maintains a 1-shot lead over Stewart Cink, and this just earlier for Stewart's par. That's a positive putt, very good speed, right in the back of the hole. It's time for Stewart to make a move. Goosen helped him in that case. There you see it, 1-shot lead. Over to 10.
And the second shot for Mark Brooks at this dog leg right up the hill. There's a little nifty Texas shot up the hill, a little spin right below the hole. And Brooks is lined up for a possible birdie. And at the 9th, mediate for birdie.
He's made some nice putts and missed some easy putts, but it's a good-looking putt right here.
Yeah. Rocco rolls in the 3rd one. Out in 35, back to even par on his round, 4 under. And back on the tee. Cink.
Something bothered him.
Well, he selected driver, John, and might be second-guessing it right now.
He's got the ball flight to hit that little old shot he used to hit, which was a little bit of a slider. Doesn't always hit it now, does he?
Not always, but it's still his pet shot.
Yeah. It sets up perfectly for a fade, just left of that bunker and work it with the dog leg. Little into the wind, Roger?
Yes, it is. He's taking this ball too far right, going right of the bunker.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem right there.
Up ahead, on the green. Garcia for bogey.
Uh-oh.
And just like that, Garcia is going to drop back to even par. +4 out in 39. A full 5 shots back. And there are some difficult holes that await Garcia and the rest of this field on the back 9. Goosen on the tee.
Certainly a more conservative play. It's a 2-iron. Yeah, this one right down the center of the fairway. Maybe he was thinking about that wood he almost fanned here yesterday, John.
It's just a good play. I'm sure he knows pars are great, and if he can pick up, he can play even par from here to 18th green. He'll probably would have won this thing in this position 9 out of 10 times.
Up ahead at the 10th, Mickelson for par. Mickelson's going to drop another shot. 3rd bogey for Mickelson, back-to-back bogey, and he's still not in for bogey. Over to 18, Tiger Woods for birdie.
Very slow putt up the hill. Right in the crease where he'll shoot left. Very good putt there.
Well, just 11 birdies this week for Tiger. 12 bogeys, had a double, and the hole that really hurt him was the one that's just adjacent to him over there at the 9th. And Tiger Woods in unfamiliar territory, tied for 15th, but pretty good comeback, pair of 69s after the opening 74 and 71. Been a long week for Tiger. And he's talked about it in the past, Johnny, when he is in a tournament, it is different than anybody else. I mean, he deals every step of the way, someone tugging at him. And I don't think even Tiger has felt the glare of the microscope that he felt this week.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on him, and I just think that this course was not the greatest for his game.
For birdie at 10, Brooks. There's a good opportunity to get to 4 under within 1. Still all pars, 1 bogey for the 40-year-old Texan. Remains at 3 under. Again, playing with Mickelson, who is still not in for bogey yet. You can see how frustrated Brooks is. He knows one got away. It's for bogey. Okay, but back-to-back bogeys for Mickelson, drops to 1 under, and Phil Mickelson, still in search of the first major, is now 4 back. Does he have enough firepower to start a rally on this back 9?
Well, you see, a while ago we had a lot of guys under par. Now you're looking at 5 guys that are just under par, and that figure is going to keep dwindling down to probably just a couple by the time we get to 18.
Meanwhile, over at the 9th, Retief Goosen getting ready for his second, Roger.
129 yards from the dead center of the fairway. Of course, to a very elevated green, and the wind gusting up right now against the players.
I think this is an important par he can make here, Roger. I really do. If he had to bogey another one, maybe he's thinking, uh-oh, the wheels are coming loose.
This is a 9-iron.
See if he can hit it the right distance. That's not easy to do in that wind uphill.
Going a little right. Wind's nailed this ball, it looked like.
That's what I'm saying. You might see.
That's been Tiger's bunker.
Well, the wind really killed that ball, John.
Yep. You just can't really err on the short side, I think, on this 9th hole. It just doesn't work.
Times leaders have gone on to win after 18 holes, 17 of the 100 titles. Gone on to win, and Retief Goosen has had at least a share of the lead in each round. And there's a look at the shot that Goosen has next to play at the 9th. And now Sink, who's got problems of his own.
This hole's not much of a hole on paper, Roger, but it's just killing everybody.
You sure can't drive it right without paying some kind of penalty. And Certainly Stewart Cink now doesn't have the best of lies, but only 93 yards to the hole, so the lie's really not the issue. It's the tree immediately to his right and ahead of him that is going to affect the trajectory of his shot. He just won't be able to swing blindly at it. He's going to have to keep the trajectory down some. It's a sand wedge.
Boy, it stuck the club.
He's kept it down, but I don't know if this will climb up on. Well,
I think it'll stay right there. I think it's going to stop.
9 and 18 have been two of the most feared greens in this championship, as Cink is able to hold it steady on the 9th. This was a moment ago, the bunker shot, the third for Goosen at the par 4 9th, so he has a chance to save his par.
Not a good bunker shot, but he leaves himself an uphill putt.
Over at 11.
Mark Brooks on the tee at the par 3. This just a moment ago. 8-iron. Taking it right to the center of the green, asking for it to go, and it does. Mark Brooks has now hit 9 of 11 greens today. That's impressive in the final round of an Open. We go back to 9.
And from below the hole, Cink for birdie.
Very slow and fairly straight. Very slow.
Boy, he has been birdieless today after leading the field through 3 rounds with 14 birdies.
Back at 11, this also a moment ago. Mickelson with a 9-iron. Somebody said get in the hole. All right. So Mickelson with a chance to maybe recover one shot. We go back to 10.
And Rocco out of the bunker.
Long bunker shot. Drove the ball in the right-hand rough.
Awkward stance, huh?
It is. Ball's on the side slope.
Just huge, deep-faced bunkers here at Southern Hills, designed by Perry Maxwell, and Mediate has a long par attempt to remain at 4 under. Now the par attempt for Goosen at 9.
He pulled it big time right off the face. You could see that.
Back-to-back bogeys for Goosen, who just a couple of holes ago had a 2-shot lead, and now he finds himself tied for the lead at 4 under. And if Brooks makes this...
He did. Beautiful read, Danny. Down the hill, turning just a little left, so he moves in to a tie for the lead.
How about that for a little shuffling, Gary, in a hurry, huh?
How quickly it can change. So we now have a 4-way tie, and Brooks has birdied this 11th hole 3 of the 4 rounds.
And with Goosen backing up, Gary, it brings more into the play.
Well, and you better believe that these veteran players like Mickelson and Brooks, they'll be watching the leaderboards. They'll know right what Goosen is doing. Johnny, I would think this is a huge putt for Phil after back-to-back bogeys. If he can just get some momentum going his way.
Yeah, get him within 2 shots of the lead.
Right.
And if he sees the reshuffle of the leaderboard after this putt goes in, he's going to be thinking, whew, I'm right there.
This is the first time he's consulted his caddy closely on a putt today. He's been going solo most of the time.
Uphill. Won't move much. Mickelson, this is a golden opportunity at 11. He'll remain at 1 under, but now just 3 back. Back to 9.
And Stewart Cink for his par to remain part of that 4-way tie for the lead at 4 under.
Just a left center putt.
Kind of putt you have to make. So Cink's first 9 completed. 1 over 36. And we go to 18 and pick up the Georgia Tech All-American Bryce Mulder. who had quite a round of 68 yesterday. The amateur, 22 years old, finishes off with a 74 to 10. Mediate for par. Mediate has been all over the place through 10. 1, 2, just 3 pars in the first 10 holes, but he does have 3 birdies. That's what's keeping him in it. So, quite a reshuffle into the deck. Media drops off the pace to 3 under, and the lead is shared by 3. Stewart Cink off the tee at the 10th with an iron.
This just looks perfect.
Boy, Roger, he has just eaten up this back 9. 6 under on the back 9 as that drifts into the rough, but Cink among the leaders has been the clear winner on the back 9.
You can see the short par 4. It's a reverse banked. It's moving left, but of course the hole is going right. Makes it a little bit awkward, and the trees are big time on the right. If you don't watch out like Stewart Cink, if you don't shape your shot or hit too much club, it'll run through the rough on the left. And the hole location today, as you've seen, is back 23 and on the right.
So Goosen off of back-to-back bogeys now starts the back 9, tied for the lead after having a 2-shot advantage just a little while ago.
Roger.
And in contrast to Cink, who is 6 under on the back, +1 for Goosen.
He's actually waiting for the guys on their second shots at 18. He doesn't want to hear any roars while he's hitting, but they've hit now and they've cleared, so he's going to go. Probably going to go with a 2 or 3 iron.
Yeah, they should have taken note of Stewart Cink's shot, because Stewart's ball ran a long ways to get through the fairway, John. He's holding this ball against the wind. Looks to be good.
That was a good swing, Roger. Yep. Smooth coming down, not too sharp a downswing. He has a tendency to get a little bit steep.
11. Tee shot for Rocco Mediate.
Sergio Garcia's already played one in there about 10 feet right of the hole.
That's an 8 iron for Rocco.
Needs to get up.
Oh, it's over the bunker. Long way from the hole, and you see Garcia's ball there just some 9 or 10 feet away. Ahead to 12.
And back on the tee, Mark Brooks. Dogleg left, bunker on the inside of the turn. Heard a little grunt there. Kicked off the tree. Just behind the bunker. Will be a very difficult shot from there.
Very long one, huh?
That was on tape just earlier. Yeah, he pulled it, Johnny, right off the bat. Got a pretty good kick, actually, as that goes, but
must have a lot of yardage. What's behind that bunker, huh?
Plenty of yardage, yep. There's old Snoopy 2 up there teaming up with us to provide aerial coverage for you of the U.S. Open Championship. Quite a sight. Crystal clear day. Nice breeze blowing. Thank you, Snoopy. Ed Snead, what's your opinion of this circumstance?
Well, Bob, he has a very difficult shot left, but he got a tremendous break. The ball hit that big sycamore tree, and it came out on the edge of the short rough and the long rough, but he is not in the grass deep. His ball is sitting up. He has to hit the ball up very abruptly if he's going to go at the green, but it might enable him to play that shot if he chooses to. It appears that he's discussing that with his caddy. Otherwise, he will just play out to the right and perhaps lay up short of the creek.
Well, of course, he loves to draw the ball, but we must tell the folks at home if he misses this to the right, up by the green, it will go in the water. Very dangerous shot should he choose to try to bring it to the golf hole. The whole location today is a U.S. Open location. I'm telling you, it is right behind the bunker.
And he has 208 yards to the hole. Even if he does get the ball up and land successfully on the green, I would doubt if he could stop it anywhere near the golf hole.
No, and his hope will be that it goes straight over and not any to the right.
Well, he got the ball up, started toward the green.
And in the bunker, and it did not bury, so that's not bad. Not bad. The hole is pretty close to the bunker, a deep bunker as well. But a fortunate break. He can make 3 or 4 from there.
Phil Mickelson, a beautiful tee shot here, just 137 yards to the hole. Just absolutely perfect. You could not come out here and drop the ball any better on this difficult par 4. Good pour, Bob.
And Ed, I'll tell you, you're out there. What the players don't know is that if they hit the ball around the hole, it will in fact stop. Most of them are carrying it way too far. There you see Phil's ball checked up nicely. What a golf hole. Most difficult hole of the day.
At the 10th, second shot for Goosen. 121 up the hill.
Good looking swing there. See what kind of shot he comes up with. I'd say pretty darn good after making a couple bogeys in a row.
And up ahead to 11.
Birdie putt for Garcia. Chance to get back into red figures. Turn to his left. Did he hit it? Opportunity goes awry there. We go back to 10.
And it's Sink's turn.
119 yards. Just the first cut of rough. Got to get up some.
And that will hold just on the front portion of the green. Stewart Cink tied for the lead in the U.S. Open.
And Mark Brooks in the bunker. This on tape. Good explosion. Ran the club right under the ball. Still goes about 4 feet beyond the hole, but a good play.
At the 10th, long birdie attempt for Stewart Cink. Roger.
Uphill over a ridge, big break to the left. Tough putt. Boy, he's done a nice job with this. Very nice.
Beautiful lag for Cink. Should be a par at the 10th. Remain at 4 under, tied for the lead, and 211.
Just a moment ago, the par putt for Rocco Mediate. Remember his tee shot about 30 feet short of the hole. Left this first putt well short, and that is Rocco Mediate's third 3-putt of the day. That takes him back to 2 under par for the championship. We go to 12.
And the putt of Phil Mickelson on the way. Oh, can't leave those short when you're 3 shots behind. There you see Mark Brooks, Stewart Cink, Goosen, all 4 under. Mediate after another 3-putt. And Mickelson with a golden opportunity there. Sergio has to kickstart his heart here. He's 4 behind. And Mark for par now. This breaks rapidly left. Rapidly hit. Caught the corner. Over to 10.
And this is the birdie attempt for Goosen.
An easy putt, really.
That's where you want to putt from, John, right there.
Bogeys. Goosen comes back with a birdie at 10, gets back to 5 under, and regains sole possession of the lead. Let's go down to Jimmy Roberts.
Dan, thanks very much. And nothing, no matter how remarkable as it may be, will last forever. Tiger, at the conclusion of this year, when you provided us with so many thrills, what are your thoughts?
Thoughts are I'm pleased the way I played. And I grinded my way around this golf course. I didn't really hit the ball as well as I wanted to in the first couple days, but I hit the ball pretty decent on the weekend. And I fought like you can't believe to make pars, and I'm proud of the way I did that.
I know it just ended. You haven't had much time to think about it, but Over this entire last year, when you did something that nobody had ever done before, is there one thing that you can pick out that you're proudest of?
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
I enjoyed playing, and I enjoyed competing, I enjoyed putting myself there with a chance to win on the back nine on Sunday and last 4 majors. And that's where you want to be, and I was able to do that.
Today, let's talk a little bit about your round on the front side. You had 3 birdies and 4 holes. It looked like you had a little bit of a run going. Were you thinking that, I may have a chance at this thing at that point?
No, you can't think that way. I had so many holes to play, and looking at the pin sheet before I teed off, there's some pretty tough pins out there, and some pins you could get aggressive and work the ball and use the slopes and get the ball in there tight. And I just needed to stay one shot at a time. And if you start thinking ahead in the major championships, more so in the U.S. Open, I think that's when you're going to hurt yourself.
Last thing to ask you, in the closing holes as we watch the conclusion of this championship today, what should we look out for? Is there one trouble spot, something that is going to be a particularly dicey situation for the competitors today, do you think?
No, not really. There's some accessible pins, but I think the guys who are really controlling their emotions are going to win. The guy who is controlling their emotions is going to win. And it's so difficult out there with the wind swirling all different directions. To stay committed and really keep your aggressive line and put the ball where you want to put it at all costs, that's the guy who's going to win.
All right, Tiger, thanks so much. It was a remarkable year. We appreciate your stopping by. Out to the tee at 11.
In an area where the wind swirls probably as much as any on the entire golf course, Roger Maltbie, the short par 3 down the hill.
Well, it feels at the moment as though it's coming from the right and maybe helping slightly, but I'm not so sure that's what the flagstick shows. He selected a 9-iron, so apparently he believes, like me, the wind should be helping some. It's very high and started it at the very right side of the green. Drawing back just slightly.
Just creeps onto the putting surface. Very similar position to where we just saw Rocco mediate 3-putt from. Stewart Cink will be next to play. And Roger, what do you think? Maybe a little in-between clubs for him, or do you think he'll go with the hard 9?
I think he'll go with the hard 9. I think that's what he selected. Just got to take out that chipping area out of play on the left. You just can't miss over there. Certainly with the hole cut on the left-hand side of the green. I just think a hard 9-iron in the center of the green is the play.
Did he just set that on the ground or put it on a tee, guys?
I couldn't tell.
I thought he just rolled it with the club a little.
It's very high, started at the center of the green, turning right at the flagstick.
Oh,
right
this is good. This is good, Roger, within 7 or 8 feet of the flag, underneath the hole. Head to 13.
And Paul Azinger for birdie. Paul had it about 25 feet for eagle. Can you believe he left it 5 feet short? And he certainly can't be considered out of it. Goes to even par. Retief Goosen, 5 under. Art Brooks and Cink. We'll be right back at the U.S. Open Championship.
Check of the final round leaderboard at the 101st U.S. Open. Goosen leads the way by 1, even on his round, along with Mark Brooks. Davis Love down there +1, the only player on that leaderboard playing under par golf today. There's Vijay Singh with that 64, and Tom Kite. 2 of the 4 lowest final rounds in U.S. Open history shot here at Southern Hills today. So there is scoring out there. Who will be able to produce it on the back 9 with the championship in the balance? And we go out to 11.
Retief Goosen with a lengthy putt for a birdie.
This will break pretty good. He has to go across a little bit of a ridge in the green, and when it turns left and gets across that, it's downhill from there.
Tendency, Roger, has been for the players to not hit this putt firmly enough to get it up over that ridge you're talking about. Well, he's judged it well. Boy, he continues to have great speed on his putts. Ahead to 13.
And off the side of the hill, Mark Brooks to a hole location at Snead, which has to be uncomfortable for Brooks, who loves to draw the ball.
Well, that's true, Bob, but I will imagine he'll just be playing to the center of the green. The wind is helping the shot as it's blowing a little bit left to right. Just 217 yards. Probably a good solid 4-iron.
Terrific golf shot. We've seen very few balls on this green today on the second shot, and no eagles. And Phil Mickelson over on the left side of the fairway.
Well, this is really a big shot for Phil if he's going to get back into contention. 3 shots, or actually 4 shots behind now. He has to make something happen.
Well, just before that, we'll go to 11.
Birdie putt for Stewart Cink and a chance to share the lead with Retief Goosen.
I think a big putt for his psyche, Gary.
Very straight, Roger, just slow up the hill. Good stroke. Stewart Cink to 5 under par. Now there are 2 at the top. Back to 13.
And because there are 2 at the top, 4 ahead of this man, he needs to be as brave as he can be right here.
203 yards, Bob. He should have to hit no more than a 6-iron. He can hit some towering iron shots. He hit a beautiful 6-iron about 10 feet from the hole here yesterday. Didn't take advantage of it, but he has to take advantage of this opportunity.
Well, that leaves a chip shot that even Phil Mickelson is going to have to spend some time over. And back at 12, Sergio now for par. Wow. So we're watching a lot of mistakes all of a sudden. However, that's not unusual. In the U.S. Open, the pressure begins to mount. You cannot avoid it. You've heard Stewart Cink say that same thing. You've heard Goosen say it. You have to identify the fact that you're in the 101st U.S. Open.
Feeling the pressure for the very first time in the final pairing at a U.S. Open, 28-year-old Stewart Cink and 32-year-old South African Retief Goosen, and performing very admirably under the U.S. Open pressure, both even on their round today as we go back out to the play at 13.
And Phil Mickelson, this just earlier, no choice but to try. What a golf shot. From that lie, swing that hard, throw it up that high, but he doesn't have any choice. He has to make birdies.
Well, Mark Brooks was nearly on top of the golfing world back in '96. This was a guy that finished 3rd on the money list to go along with that PGA championship, won a couple of other times, but we've talked about his subsequent fall off in play. So you might be surprised to hear Mark Brooks's response when we asked him about how tough the last 5 years have been.
Not that tough. I mean, I know I'm a good player, and I've shot a lot better scores than a lot of guys would have during my stretch of not playing well. And I think that's what helps keep you, in contention in tournaments like this. That, whether it's just the regular, what some guys consider regular old tour event, I'm out there trying in those, whether it's just trying to make the cut or, do the best I can. And I think not giving up and continuing to try every week, whether I'm 5 over par or 5 under par, it really is, it ultimately will pay off. And it actually is probably why I've been out here for 18 years.
Oh, what he's saying, he just loves playing golf, and he's a grinder, and he plays as hard for making the cut as he does in the U.S. Open.
Now he has an eagle attempt at 13. Murph?
Where we've had no eagles today. 5 yesterday.
Downhill, Bob.
Downhill, Johnny, and it moves to the right in the middle of the putt. Now it'll start to come back left. This has a chance. Wow. I did not think that would stop short. That's a good read. One of the best I've seen from back there. And that left to tie for the lead. And back at 12, Goosen, center of the fairway.
170 yards left to the hole. Murphy's got an 8-iron out. Wind feels like it's hurting some to me.
Nice drive, huh, Raj?
Yeah, shaped it beautifully, John. Just turned it around the corner, but not nearly as good a drive as Stewart Cink hit.
I think it definitely is working back into him. Mark Brooks did tap in for his birdie and a 3-way tie in the championship. Good choice of clubs. Roger, he has to hit that very, very hard, and that's about as far as he can hit an 8-iron, I would presume.
I think he's going to take dead end, guys. What do you think?
Well, I would imagine that he doesn't know it, but the ball will stop. If it lands right at the hole or just short of the hole, it will stop. And back to 13, Phil Mickelson for his birdie. Wow. We have seen Tiger Woods and Phil Mickelson miss more putts this week than I remember. Oh. Uh-oh. That's just a blank out. My goodness, he just felt like he lost everything when he missed the first one. Goosen's shot on the way.
Changed clubs, went to a 7-iron. This ball at the right side of the green.
Settle. Not a disaster. Phil now for bogey. And he 3-putted this hole yesterday. A golf hole he hit 2 6-irons to. What a disaster.
It all continues for him, Murph. Frustrations in the major championships, and the short putting, and the mistakes, the loose shots. He wonders when it'll all end.
Back nines have been killing him.
Big heartbreak there. And on the opposite side of the coin, Stewart Cink. Still appears to be very calm to me, Roger Maltby.
He does to me as well, Murph. Only 137 yards left of the hole. Took a 3-wood over the bunker and down the left-hand side.
Wow.
This is a pitching wedge.
Downhill shot.
Right of the hole.
Just landed in the fringe. Otherwise, she would have pitched up a little better into the green. But that's good. You do want a par on this hole. Back in the fairway at 13 now. Sergio, Mark.
Trying to block out of his mind what he just watched Phil Mickelson do up on the green while he was waiting. Rocco Mediate drove in the left rough and had to lay up. Sergio for 211.
Good shot just in the back fringe. Sergio, would you believe, no birdies today.
Mentioned the frustrations of Mickelson, and David Duval's frustrations continued this a moment ago at the par 3 14th, trying to extricate it out of the rough. Went on to make a double bogey at 14 after making a birdie at 13. So Duval is at +3, 8 back. As we go out live to the tee now, this par 3. Mark Brooks.
Going with a 3-iron. He's on the par 5s this week, -4. And this week, and best of anyone in the championship. That's a heck of a shot right there.
Along with Goosen, who's been just striking a lot of good iron shots, Mark Brooks stands out as a guy that's just been very, very on, very precise.
Yeah, well, he's hitting the greens as good or better than anybody here. And doesn't seem to be affected by the pressure. Just keeps striping it.
13.
And Rocco now back in the fairway, as we were told he had to lay up.
Quite unhappy too, Murph. He wanted to lay it up to about 100 yards, and you saw him pointing back there. He hit it way too far. It's only got about 70 now, not an easy distance to get much spin.
It's a hard pitch coming in here.
And that was a mistake caused by a bad layup.
That's exactly what we've seen too, Mark. I can't tell you how many I've seen come up short of this green. And back to 12 and Retief Goosen.
That's a slow putt uphill.
It sure is. Just saw Phil Mickelson leave it 3 feet short from maybe only 16, 18 feet. Very hard to judge. Goosen, Sink, Brooks. Looks like it's amongst 3 guys right now. In a lot of ways, the golf course changed.
As you look at the 3 5-under scores there, next Sunday at 2:30 Eastern Time on NBC. Join us for a special preview of Wimbledon, tennis's most prestigious championship. Who will win it this year at the All England Club? Americans Pete Sampras and Venus Williams will no doubt be among the favorites there. 2:30 Eastern Time here on NBC. To 12.
And Stewart Cink.
Shouldn't have got a good idea with the pace.
Two things: you can't believe it's that slow, and the other thing is you sure don't want to putt it 3 feet past and putt back down the hill. And we'll go forward to 13 and Rocco from the bunker. Good splash. That left for par. And back to 12, and Stewart Cink has tapped in for his par. And I think it's smart to see Retief taking his time. Hard to believe, Roger Maltby, how slow this putt still is that he has left.
Well, from this range, though, we should be a little more aggressive. I know you don't want to knock it 3 feet by, but from here, I would think you'd want to hit it firmly.
And a good par. Three leaders: Brooks, Cink, Goosen, 5 under. Rocco a par yet to make on 13 to remain at 2. And Phil Mickelson has gone backwards to even par. And up to 13 green, and Sergio for an eagle. That's a good lag.
At 18, third shot for Davis Love, coming off a bogey at 17, which dropped into +2 even on the championship round today. A moment ago, Davis frustrated, but an even round of 70 for him. Again, first action in 2 months dealing with the neck injury. Played very well, Johnny, with all that time off. Sometimes that's a pretty good dose of medicine.
Yep, it is.
13.
And back on the tee. Oh, we'll go to 14 first real quickly.
And Mark Brooks for birdie.
This whole location, without a doubt, is the hardest on the golf course today. The fewest birdies on the golf course are on this hole today, only 2. It's just a whole location that's good for about a 7-iron, not for something that's 212 yards.
Brooks has been pretty stress-free for a while now. We go to 13.
And back on the tee, Stewart Cink. You see, he's made 1 birdie this week.
Damn it, luck.
The tee shot pulled well left. Headed toward the trees down the left-hand side.
Have to be careful. There's a little ditch over there. Back to the left of where the people are.
I don't think it's in a very good spot.
That can't be very good. And that will also be a difficult layup because the trees are so low coming out of there. Bad tee ball. Rocco Mediate up at the green has saved his par. Rocco stays at 2 under. Sergio made his first birdie of the day to go to 1 under. Goosen has played the 13th. Birdie, par yesterday.
Really an important time to make a good swing with the driver here, Murph.
Boy, you bet.
That was a hard swing, Roger.
It was, and this one's going right. Gonna miss the fairway right.
Fairways get a little narrower as the week goes on. Got a good kick. Still in the primary rough.
Well, Murph, Mark Brooks tapped in for his par at 14 to remain at 5 under, and the 3 who you see tied at 5 under, only one man has won a major championship. By the way, we're getting a report that Stewart Cink is in the creek. We'll get a report on that when we return to the U.S. Open in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
The 101st U.S. Open is brought to you by Lincoln, American Luxury, by Sun America, the retirement specialist, and by Callaway Golf and their revolutionary VFT technology. Callaway pushes golf performance to the limit.
Beautiful view late in the day. Sunday in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Mark Brooks, the only one in that trio to have won a major championship. The grind continues on the back 9, and Brooks, one of the co-leaders at 15.
412-yard dogleg left par 4. Players cannot see the fairway off the tee, driving over a little hill. And that ball is just fine right in the center of the fairway. Used a fairway wood to avoid that bunker on the left-hand side. We go back to 14.
And Rocco Mediate. That's long par 3, 212 yards. Mediate at 2 under, and the closest, Mark Rolfing, you go all the way down to Phil Mickelson at even par, the closest to this trio.
Well, he has missed some very short putts today too, Dan. He's missed a couple of them in the 3-foot range, and of course 3-putted 11. He's really struck the ball quite nicely.
It's not good to have your weakest link with the putter at the U.S. Open, especially.
This one is hanging out to the right, needs to turn over just a little. And another greenside bunker.
Well, let's go check out Stewart Cink at 13.
And on the other side of the fairway, Retief Goosen had just a terrible lie there, obviously, Roger.
You can imagine how bad it was. Barely squipped that ball out of there, maybe advanced it 80 yards or so.
So all of a sudden, Mark Brooks is fine in the middle of the 15th fairway. Stewart Cink is in the water, and Goosen had a very difficult lie. Cink's problem here, Roger?
Well, you were correct earlier about the creek down the left-hand side, and Stewart Cink's ball is in it. It is in the water. It is too deep in my estimation to play, and the fairway is the hazard is marked as a lateral.
David Fay, you want to explain our procedure here?
Well, it's marked as a lateral water hazard. You have 4 options, but he's going to do one of 2 things. He's either going to drop it within 2 club lengths of where it last crossed the red line, or depending on where it crossed, if it crossed the red line to the left of the ditch, he'd probably find the equidistant point on the right side of the ditch and drop it within 2 club lengths. determining where that ball last crossed the margin of the hazard, it's going to require a little guesswork unless there was someone right there, because obviously the players were back at the tee, as was the referee, Trey Holland.
Yeah, there were quite a few people down there, so I'm presuming as it crashed through the trees, somebody saw it dribble down into the water. And we'll go over to Brooks while Stewart has a look.
Well, as we mentioned, he's driven it perfectly at 15. Center of the fairway, Ed Snead, what's he got left?
He has driven the ball beautifully, driven it well all day, really, except for that drive at number 12, and he got lucky on that one. He has 161. Gary, he has the advantage of being a couple of holes ahead of those other leaders. He's going to post his score first. If he can maintain a string of pars, or, you know, even finish 4 or 5 under for the tournament, he's going to have a big advantage getting to the clubhouse ahead of the other 2 leaders.
Well, this 15th back left hole location today has proven to be very difficult. Just 8 birdies recorded here. It's easy to keep the ball underneath the hole, but then it leaves a very slow uphill putt. Last thing he wants to do is be long. That should funnel a little to the left. It'll leave that uphill putt we were talking about. Brooks has now hit 12 of 15 greens in regulation. That's impressive in the final round of an Open. We go back to 14.
Rocco missed this green, working from the bunker now.
It's not a hard bunker shot. Had a good lie. But he needs to make birdies, not pars at this point.
Needs to make that to remain at 2 under. Because he only has a few holes left after that to 13.
Well, Stewart Cink has gone well back from the hazard, some 30 yards where he's standing now. And David B. Fay said that there are 4 options for a lateral hazard. There are, and he named 2 of them that he thought might be used, but he's going to another one. It appears he's going to keep the point where the ball last crossed the margin of the hazard. He's going to keep that point between himself and the hole and go back as far as he wishes on that line. Now, I assume the other 2 options were going to put him in a place where he could not advance the ball far enough down the fairway for a good layup. He's in no danger of reaching the green from back here, but he's just looking for an alleyway, an avenue to get down far enough to where he can hit a short shot in for his 4th and try to save par.
Yeah, obviously he feels that he's going to take himself back in a position where he can execute the shot better. And that's the beauty of the options of the rules. And while we wait there, we'll go up to 14.
Sergio Garcia on the green at this long par 3. This for birdie. He needs one. He's lost 4 shots to par today.
It's got a pretty good break to the right.
Beautiful touch. But also, like you said about mediate, Mark, Garcia needs to make birdies at this point.
And this is at 15 behind the hole. Phil Mickelson.
Could have gone in, Gary.
Yeah, it could have, Johnny, no question about it. But another unforced error from Mickelson. His tee shot was in the fairway, 2nd through the green, up above the hole. Reaction. He thought it had a chance. Hit the pin, hit it.
Says, come on.
Back to 13.
And Roger Maltby with Stewart Cink back in the trees.
Well, after examining the last option of keeping the point between himself and the hole, he's decided to come back up, and he has now measured 2 club lengths from where the ball last crossed the margin of the hazard, no near the hole. He's going to drop this ball, and it is going to roll back, and he's hoping within the confines of the hazard, which it has, which means he will have to re-drop the ball. If he does it again and the ball rolls back into the hazard, then he'll place the ball where it struck the course.
Well, in this case, Roger, also, if the ball rolls more than 2 club lengths from where it first struck the ground, you replace it where it first struck the ground on the second drop, and that's what happened here.
So your drive is in. You're penalized 1 shot, and you're hitting 3. But we'll go forward to 15.
Mark Brooks with birdie putt here at the 15th to take the outright lead.
Gary, you talked about Mark Brooks leaving an uphill putt. He has done that all day.
Yeah, this one very slow, Ed. A lot of players leaving it well short. Well, that has been the tendency. Good 3.5 feet left. Back to 14.
Mediate for almost a must par if he remains in contention in this championship. Off the mark again.
Stuff, you're dealing with all kinds of little inner demons. Some guys just can't handle open pressure.
6 bogeys for Mediate.
Inner demons and demons of water hazards and big trees also.
Wasn't the best break having that drive going that little tiny water hazard.
No, it's not. That appears to be okay. And Retief Goosen now, after a long wait for the ruling. Roger?
Well, now Retief Goosen has 155 yards left to the hole downwind, and of course you can imagine there are an army of people now coming up.
He wants a ruling?
A fairway. He may be. I don't know, John, if that was he was requesting. It appears to be.
Well, he chopped that ball pretty bad out of that rough, Roger. Perhaps he's concerned that it's damaged.
Yes, he wants to check the ball to make sure that it hasn't been cut, damaged, put out of round. If it is, then of course he's entitled to replace it and put a new ball in play.
Pretty hard to damage these new balls. Multi-layered golf ball.
Yeah, the urethane covers are pretty hard to beat nowadays.
Well, as you can see, Retief felt that he may have damaged his ball. He brought in referee Trey Holland. You can see the explanation here. It was not visibly cut. It was not cracked. It was not out of round. Therefore, he replaced his original ball and he moves on. Note the last point, though. The player is not the sole judge. He has to be careful when using the unfit for play procedure. You either have to call in your fellow competitor, or if he's not in the area, which Stewart wasn't, you call in the referee.
It's a 9-iron. The ball left to the hole to center the green.
We're to 15.
Mark Brooks for his par. Not much break here. 3.5 feet, just firm. Okay, good stroke. So Brooks goes to the 16th, the longest par 4 in U.S. Open history. Tied for the lead. Before Brooks putted, this was Mickelson for par. Up the hill very slow, and yet another putt comes up just short. So that'll be Mickelson's 3rd bogey on the back 9. And his back 9 woes continue. We go back to 13.
And Stewart Cink talking.
Just like mid to high 90s? Yeah.
Stewart Cink conversing with his caddy Frank Williams. 122 yards left of the hole. His 4th shot downwind. It's just a wedge, sand iron.
Downhill as well. An awkward stance. Oh, he got a fortunate bounce. It bounced very high onto the green.
Well, Murph, it seems to have developed into a three-man race. Mark Brooks, 40-year-old Texan, his last major championship win, his only major championship win 5 years ago, and Stewart Cink and Retief Goosen in very unfamiliar territory.
Welcome back to the U.S. Open Championship, and the game is on. Goosen for birdie. Drove it in the rough, had to lay it up. Left that big putt for birdie. Back to the tee at 16.
This just a moment ago, the tee shot for Mark Brooks, 491-yard par 4. Looks like he may have hung on to it a little bit. Is it going to turn? Well, ooh, it turned off the tree. Ooh, what a break. It's going to leave a very lengthy second shot, but could have been a lot worse. To 13.
And Stewart Cink now. Roger Maltby.
Yeah, this putt uphill. This for par. Should move a little right at the hole.
Retief Goosen having a close look.
I'm not going to get there.
So a bad drive puts a bogey on your card. Forward to 16.
Mark Brooks getting ready for his second shot. Ed Snead.
Gary, he has 234 yards. There's no way, of course, with that flag behind the bunker that he's going to try to go anywhere near the flag. He would like to maybe just chase the ball a little bit onto the right side of the green and try to two-putt.
Great graphic there. First in greens hit in regulation this week. That usually equates to a great finish in an Open.
He's hit a solid looking shot. It's certainly on line.
Well, if it gets a bounce forward, it does. That is beautifully played. So well controlled. Putting on a clinic, Johnny Miller, ball striking wise.
All week long, and you know, he's able to have, he's got the guts to handle it down the final stretch. He's hitting it just the same as he did on Thursday.
Now 13 of 16 greens today, now 9 of 12 fairways. And back behind, Stewart Cink did make his bogey at 13 and drops to 4 under par.
It is an unlikely trio there, isn't it, Gary?
Yes, I don't think any of us would have predicted those names.
He's added another birdie since. And Brooks and Goosen are tied for the lead at 5 under as we pick up the action here at the par 3 14th. 212 yards. Goosen.
It's a 4-iron.
Talked about this whole location, Roger. It's almost impossible to get it close. You get a high cut.
A little left of the hole. Pretty nice shot.
That's about as good as we've seen. Just pretty hard to make yourself hit a high fade and hit the front edge of the green just to get it close on this one. Only 2 birdies on this hole, mentioned earlier.
And the wind is coming from the right as well, John, which makes cutting it even that much harder.
Well, it would make it come down softer if you had the guts to play it, huh?
Yeah, yes, it would. This now a 5-iron for Stewart Cink.
This is sort of right up his wheelhouse. You know, this could be the shot, who knows, that gives him a chance to win the Open. This is his shot. If he hit the high fade, this is the chance. If he were to birdie this, might pick up 2 shots on some of the leaders. It could be a bogey hole. It's a big 5-iron.
This one going at the very left side of the green.
That's a good shot, but long birdie putt. But well done.
To 15.
Birdie putt for Rocco Mediate. Slow, up the hill, moving left. We gave it a good firm whack. Pitch going right for Rocco on the back nine. We move ahead to 16. Mark Brooks with a putt for a birdie. We've only seen 4 here at 16 all day.
Gary, we talked about Mark's play today. He has used what the golf course has given him. When he's driven the ball the least bit out of position, he has played to the open parts of the green. He has not shot at the flag more than a few times today, and he's been rewarded with good par opportunities. He has not forced the game.
Well, that sounds like a good formula for good play in a U.S. Open championship. A little bit of a tough putt to read here, especially coming through this green now shrouded in the shadows. It's downhill for most of it, but as the ball gets back toward the hole, it actually goes back uphill. There's a little slope coming off the bunker in front that will influence the putt. And it tends to work a little more to the right at the end than most of the players have been able to discern.
Sounds like you've seen a little bit of this golf course this week, Gary.
Well, Dan, I saw maybe a little more of it than I cared to the first 2 days, and it was fun having a chance to compete. Well, just almost impossible to detect that end of the putt being back uphill, so much slower than what it appears. So Brooks has got a little work left for his par. Anxious moments for Brooks, obviously. And now Mickelson for a birdie. Huge tee shot, short iron on this 491-yard hole. Leaves him 15 feet. What must he be thinking, Johnny, about his play on the back nine this year?
I thought the game was going to throw him a bone there, but it's just really been a tough stretch for him. Wow, what a back nine. Starting really on number 9.
You know, maybe when he does win his first major, Gary, he'll just win a bunch of them. Sometimes that's how it is just for a lot of guys winning the first PGA Tour event. They break it out. Maybe that's going to be the case with Mickelson. So much talent.
Stuff to do in the Tiger era. I went through the same thing in the Nicklaus era. Trying to get one wrestled around away from Nicklaus wasn't any bargain.
He was pretty good.
Not bad.
Mark Brooks usually very solid over these short putts. We see holes 14 through 18, which are 3 of the more difficult holes coming in. 4 of the more difficult holes of the 5, 17 being somewhat easy. Stewart Cink has played him in 4 under par. Saying that Brooks is usually pretty good on these. Short backstroke, likes to accelerate the putter through. Left center putt. Back to 14.
Birdie putt on the way for Goosen.
Big break to the right here when he gets near the hole.
It looked and then went racing by, Roger.
Took a look at it, though, Roger.
He did. It would have swung harder right, except he kind of nuked it.
Stewart Cink has an upcoming birdie opportunity. Now Stewart has won on the PGA Tour twice, but in the thick of a championship hunt. We asked him earlier how special this championship is to him.
This is the tournament that I would like to win the most above all others because of the United States and the fact that this represents not only the championship of our nation, but I think of golf. I think it's the biggest trophy in golf, and it'll be a goal achieved. It'll be a situation that I'll remember forever, and the memories are going to be sweet already from this tournament. And I just can't think of any other prize in golf that would be comparable.
Cink, and it would almost be appropriate if Cink did win the championship he talked about here in the heartland of America. He's kind of a down-home product himself from Florence, Alabama. Just 50,000 population. His parents still live there. Easy-going guy, laid back.
I talked about it earlier. You look at the guys on the leaderboard, they're all from warm weather areas that have good in Bermuda. Only 4 opens have been played on Bermuda grass in the last 30 years. Atlanta Athletic Club, Pinehurst, and of course twice here. So it seems to be a big advantage for the guys at Southern boys, including real South, Mr. Goosen.
In contrast to Goosen, Cink's whole family is here. He's been talking about his kids all week. His wife Lisa is here. His parents are here as well.
Playing into the little breeze here at 17, just 365 yards. You want to keep it left. And Ed, that's a good spot, huh?
Left side of the fairway, Johnny.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Brooks in good shape. Now back at 14. Goosen for par.
He has not 3-putted in the whole championship, so we'll see what happens here.
Goosen picks up the first 3-putt, picks up his 3rd bogey, and drops back to 4 under. And Brooks is the sole leader of this championship. Mark Brooks, 40 years old. Seems to maybe have the makeup of a major contender. Gritty, almost steely-eyed Texan, so close he can taste it.
Welcome back. This is the par 4 15th. Tee shot for Retief Goosen. Cink has already hit the fairway at this 412-yard par 4. And Goosen's ball is in the rough. We move ahead to 17.
After the good tee shot, Brooks set up for his 2nd.
Well, you can see that hole location. It's actually in a little tiny bit of a funnel, and with his draw shot, Ed, he can hit that thing right in this area here, and it'll back up right next to the cup. It's just a yum pin for a draw boy.
That's from 147 yards, Johnny.
Took a sharp kick to the right off that mound of Bermuda.
He underclubbed there. I'm surprised. And he knows he let a little opportunity right there, because that was a real birdie opportunity for Brooks.
Brooks with a lead by 1 in this U.S. Open Championship, Johnny, just ahead of Cink and Goosen, who you might expect to be challenging for this Open Championship. Maybe an unlikely trio there, but Mark Brooks, perhaps the most unlikely of the 3 at 40 years old. He says he hasn't lost the confidence, but the numbers tell otherwise.
Well, you know, you look at him, you made a great call. He's a gritty guy. He's tough. He hits it down the middle. His irons are very accurate. He's smart, and he's been toughened by the game. It's the game has made him a tough player, and he'd be a good champion. He's won, of course, a major. That's what the other guys have not done.
Speaking of a major, another lost opportunity for Phil Mickelson.
Yeah, Phil, it's, you know, I thought he had everything under control. He had the nice shorter backstroke. His game looked great. He's got huge distance off the tee now, but everything sort of, he never explodes, he implodes, and he imploded big times. 30 putts through 16 holes. That's just terrible, really.
Looking at his 2nd shot at 17. And that one has found the rough as well. Pretty much sealed the deal for Mickelson. Look at the putts per round, 30 already today through 16. And back over to 15.
Well, Retief Goosen's ball is in the rough, but Roger, the lie appears to be reasonably good.
Well, certainly you could never call this a bad lie in a U.S. Open. Sitting down a little bit, it's going to be tough to get much spin on it. Has 174 yards to the hole. Hole cut in the back left. And what wind there is against, and right now feeling as though it's coming slightly from the right.
Gary, couldn't this be the perfect lie for this?
Well, it really could be, John. I was just going to say that with the hole cut in the back, if he can carry the ball in the front 1/3 of the green, it will give him the opportunity to maybe let it chase back toward the hole location. So it actually could work in his favor. Is the ball way below his feet, Roger?
It is slightly below his feet. It's not horrible, but it's not perfectly level, that's for sure.
Over the green is no good at all, right?
That is terrible. I've seen almost no one get the ball up and down from there.
And he selected a 7-iron. I would think if he gets a heater coming out of here, it brings that back edge into play. Oh, this ball jumped. He wants it down.
Well, it's not going to stop, but don't believe. Oh, it got very fortunate, and it'll trickle back a little bit.
It's a pretty darn good shot.
That's unbelievably good. I've seen very few balls that carried that far into the green stay on the putting surface.
He's yelling for it to get down. It's a shot of the day for him.
Well, it's going to leave a very, very quick putt.
But very makeable, right?
Oh, it is makeable, yes. Sink next to play, and Roger, he's hit just his 3rd fairway of the day.
Yeah, he has not been good with the driver today, but that's now an 8-iron from 154 yards. This ball way
well to the right, yeah. Oh, very fortunate to even hit the green. And that is a tough putt. He has birdied this 15th 3 straight days, but that was not a good second shot. Head to 17.
And Mark Brooks, the leader by 1, has this long birdie attempt at 17. Ed?
Difficult putt, Dan. He's got to putt pretty level, maybe a little uphill at the start of his putt. Then the ball goes down into that little bowl or little funnel that Johnny described. The last part of the putt is downhill, but I don't think it's the kind of putt that will run away from him. If he hits a reasonable putt, he should be able to get it close.
Under control, steady. It's been such a long time since Brooks has felt this kind of pressure, but to look at him play the back 9 here at Southern Hills, you'd never know it. It's been the steadiest round going today, the only bogey back at the 5th. 2 birdies on the back 9. And now Paul Azinger for birdie, finishing up his round.
But breaks right all the way. And never really gave it much of a chance.
Pretty solid round for Zinger, round of 71. He began the day with hopes, 5 back to begin the day behind Goosen and Sink.
Very good playing though, 74, 67, 69, 71. Good playing, Paul. He's shaking his head like, I could have done it this week.
Tie for 5th. Zinger is with Tom Kite at the moment as the MetLife Blimp Snoopy 2 continues to navigate the skies high above Tulsa, Oklahoma. Just after 10 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock here in the heartland of America, past 7 o'clock out east. Closing holes of the United States Open Championship. Thanks to Snoopy 2 for all the great shots we've had this week of this 101st edition as Southern Hills hosts this championship for the 3rd time. Who will it be? Mark Brooks, Stewart Cink, Retief Goosen.
See how heavily treed these holes are, and that's been a big part of the toughness of the course of the trees.
There is the story through 17. Brooks just had his par there. 5 under, 1 hole left, but it is the toughest hole this week at Southern Hills, playing about a half stroke over par. Just 3 birdies today at 18, and a lot of talk about it, Johnny, and perhaps certainly one of the most difficult finishing holes in U.S. Open history. You have to say that.
And historically, winners have not really parred this hole. So
here's a look at how the champions have played the 72nd hole here at Southern Hills. Tommy Bolt with a par. nailed down the championship back in '58, but plenty of champions with a bogey. You got to have the cushion to be able to do that.
Well, the thing is, he could bogey it to drop to 4, but Sink and Goosen will come in and they'll probably bogey it too. So, but I'm sure he doesn't want to give him that opportunity. He'd like to make him have to play 17 and 18 1 under par.
Only 4 bogeys and 1 double bogey for Brooks all week long, but that double bogey came here at 18 in the opening round.
Read it through the tree down the left side. He's a short hitter, but I think he likes it.
Those steely eyes looking at it chase down the fairway at 18, and that is a big shot for Mark Brooks. It'll tail off a little bit to the right with a slope, but in the fairway at 18, first order of business out of the way.
Well, I'll say that was a big tee shot. Good on you there, Mark. That's a clutch shot. Just keeps hitting fairways and greens. He's played the best, really, tee to green. No doubt about it, through all the pressure.
While Brooks was driving off the tee at 18.
Look at the break here.
This was Sink at 15, playing about 10 feet of break. This green has been the most difficult to putt in this championship. All the 18. Now Goosen with an opportunity to move into a tie with Brooks. Roger, this one so fast.
Warp speed here. This one, you just get started. You trigger this one much at all, you can get 4 feet, 5 feet by the hole without blinking an eye. I don't think it breaks a whole lot from here, though, does it, Gary?
No, I would agree with that, Roger. I don't think there's a large amount of movement in the putt. And I've often felt sometimes these are the easiest. All you really have to do is get the ball started. You know it's going to get there. Like that. Retief Goosen to 5 under par. What a putt. I've seen him make so many of them this week. Still looking calm, though.
Pretty good up and in right there.
Wonderful. Up to 18.
David Duval for bogey a moment ago. And the major championship will have to wait yet some more for Duval, who came in 5 back of the lead to begin this final 18-hole charge. 74 for Duval and back to 15.
Tricky little putt here for Stewart Cink. One that wants to dart to the right. Putting has saved him all week long, though, Johnny. He's 4th in the field in putting.
Yeah, he was #1 in birdies going into today, but today's been a little bit lean.
Yeah, just 1 so far.
I think that driving status had everything to do with that.
You only hit 3 fairways. You're lucky to be making pars. Good stroke. So Cink remains 1 back as the final twosome moves to the 16th. Hole that has been the 3rd most difficult here at Southern Hills in this championship.
Mark Brooks didn't qualify to get into this championship, but nearly had to had it not been for some great timing. This is the final year of his 5-year open exemption for winning that major championship, the PGA Championship, back in '96. You talk about timing as Brooks is out on the fairway at 18.
Yeah, just over 200 yards.
203 yards, Johnny. Just a, you know, as fine a drive as you could hit under these circumstances. I don't think he knows that Goosen made birdie, so he uphill this green some 20 to 25 feet above the fairway. If he can take a 3-iron and hit a good solid 3-iron with a little cut right toward the middle of the green.
Should be overall more at you now.
Well, knowing Mark Brooks, it won't be a cut, but he'll probably be able to just throw it right through that opening, hit the bank, and one-hop it onto the middle of the green. It's not a good hole location for his ball flight. left. I don't think it's going to get up, is it? Oh,
just climbs up onto the green, and Mark Brooks is on in regulation at the difficult 18th.
Pretty darn good shot there from just over 200 yards. Just keeps doing what you're supposed to do. Put it on the green, under the hole.
Tee at 16.
491-yard par 4. It's been the second most difficult fairway to hit all week long. And Goosen just stripes it right into the left center of the fairway. Back to 18.
And Mickelson, his second.
Perfect hole location for his flight. And he hit one of the best shots we've seen.
All a little too late for Mickelson, who turned 31 yesterday. The wait continues.
Well, they have 4 guys under par. I really believe that the leaders, especially with the lack of experience and maybe not even playing that well this year, most of them have really stood up well to the pressure. They got to be proud of themselves.
A lot of people might have expected that Mickelson would be taking the walk up here with a chance of winning the U.S. Open title. Mickelson in every way, shape, and form represents the modern day player. Mark Brooks is just so very different from that. The old grinder, the throwback, the player, Johnny, who we thought was extinct in this modern day age of grip it and rip it. Grinder, though, shot maker, 195th in the world coming into this championship. In fact, the last win at that PGA Championship in '96 came pre-Tiger at Valhalla, the last major in which Woods didn't compete. Is he on his way to the title?
Well, they'll never forget this walk-up if this happens to do it. If Goosen happens to maybe go par bogey, you can get this 2-putt.
Great scene behind the 18th, and just as much of a surprise ovation for Brooks, not of consolation for Mickelson.
Mickelson's turned around to look at the big leaderboard that just left of the 18th green to see what's happening, where he stands, what this birdie putt might mean, and wondering, could have done it.
Brooks in his 15th U.S. Open. Only 2 players played in more Opens and won the championship. Raymond Floyd in his 22nd start back in '86, and Tom Kite, who put up that brilliant 64 today, won back at Pebble in '92 in his 21st start.
Now this putt is very slow and it has a monster slicing break.
18th hole today. Number of birdie putts, 31. Number of 3 putts, 1. Just 3 birdies.
Not too many 3 putts. That's a good stat for Mark Brooks right now with this putt that breaks 6 feet.
Here's an idea of where this goes, Johnny.
See, he's right on the very start of the face of the tier. The face of the tier starts just right by his ball, so he's going to have to throw it up into the face and come down sideways. So it's a very awkward putt. He couldn't have had a more awkward putt as far as the size of the break. It's the biggest breaking putt on the green, and so it'd be easy for him to leave it 6 feet right and maybe 3 feet short, somewhere in there. And he's looking way up into that face. He has a tendency to be a little bit quick and short on his stroke. It'll be interesting to see if he can handle his nerves here and make a good strike on this ball and get it up there within a 2 or 3 feet. Ed, you right there?
Johnny, you've described the putt very, very well. It has a tremendous break from where his ball is till it gets very close to the hole.
Well, before we get to it, Ed, we're going to shift over to 16.
Second shot for Goosen.
7 iron from 191 yards. And this ball pulled the very, very left edge of the green.
And it's going to miss the green. This has been the most difficult green to hit in regulation throughout this championship. Back at 18.
And Brooks just about ready.
Caddy shadow's sort of disconcerting to have to putt through that, but he's got to go so far left it probably isn't even in the way. Look at how much break there is. Probably 10 feet he's played.
And he gave it a pretty good ride.
And that was not a good putt there.
Thought that was nerve-wracking, the putt for birdie. How about the putt for par?
I'll tell you, if you can make this putt, I'll clap for 5 minutes. That's a lot of pressure. He knows right now the championship, there's a good chance it's in his hands if he can just two-putt.
Before we get to that, over to 16.
Stewart Cink has hit a perfect tee shot, Roger.
A good time to hit his 4th of the day and left himself 177 yards to the hole.
It's a good
this
look.
Is an 8-iron.
Hole cut just some 4 paces over that bunker.
You just have to keep it right of the hole here, Gary,
yes,
don't you?
Absolutely, Roger. We have seen no shots close to this hole location.
Tiger Woods hit a good one, didn't he?
Well, he got it in there about 15 or 18 feet behind the hole.
Big, high draw, just right of the hole.
That's about as good as you could expect to do. About 24 feet past the hole. Cink safely on. Goosen in trouble. We go to 18.
And Phil Mickelson for his par at 18. Again, what could have been, positioned himself for a major title run, was within 2 when the day began, but a 5 over 75 in the final round, a round that's really getting away from him.
Ed, are you somewhere you can get a good look at this? I actually putted this green earlier, and I think it's a right center putt. I'm not positive, but it's just past the hole to the right of the hole with about 6 feet.
Johnny, I got right behind this putt and took a look at it. It does look like it'll go slightly to the left, but the ridge that's to the left of him takes that huge breakout, that break influence that you described that's in the center of the green. But it definitely looks like it has to move left. I would say maybe the right edge. It is a slower putt, as you said, because of the green, so he can hit it fairly firmly.
Again, just 1 bogey on the card of Brooks back at the 5th.
Not many guys have made a putt on the last green of a U.S. Open of significance. Can't help but think of Payne Stewart and the greatest putt I've ever seen on any major championship. And this one right here is awfully important, obviously. See if he can make a good stroke. Should be inside the hole if he hits it solid. That's that putt that doesn't break. I looked at that. It had to be inside the hole, Mark. Had to be inside the hole.
Brooks, bogey at 18, drops back to 4 under.
Look at that. There is one disappointed guy, but that's a great round under a lot of pressure.
3 putt at 18. Leaves it even more up in the air. Frustration for Brooks as he heads up the slope behind 18. But what a performance. Whatever happens, however it turns out, 40-year-old Mark Brooks with that 64 in the second round to put himself in the championship hunt. The 70 yesterday on Saturday. Gutsy effort today. He's going to wait this one out now. To 16.
The 3rd shot for the new leader, Retief Goosen. How's the lie, Roger?
Well, with the exception of the chipping areas that they have around some of these greens, this could be the best lie I've ever seen off a green in a U.S. Open. This is perfect. Plenty of green to work with. This will move to his right.
It's gotta go, gotta go. All right, nicely done, but it still leaves some work. We have seen him make so many good saves. Stewart Cink now with a putt and a chance to move to 5 under and tie Goosen.
A putt from about 25 feet downhill. That will be moving to the right as it loses speed.
Roger, it's an interesting putt. We've seen it several times today. As the ball gets toward the hole, it actually going a little bit back uphill. The slope coming off the bunker tends to influence it a little bit, and virtually every player has left it short from here. Just not as quick as it appears. So Cink will tap in for his par. He'll remain at 4 under, tied with Brooks.
Gary Goosen's had the lead in this championship. Seems like virtually everything but about 20 minutes, huh?
Well, just I guess back about 2 holes ago when he made bogey, it was the first time I could remember him not being in the lead or tied for the lead.
We righted it with that great birdie, though.
Yes, he did. Now, this is an interesting little putt. Again, that slope that made Cink's putt slow at the end will have a little bit of influence on this putt.
Gary Brooks' bogey at 18 has not been posted yet here at the scoreboard at 16, so Goosen has no idea what's happened ahead.
Very straight putt. Well done. Another good save for Goosen. He remains the leader as he moves to the short par 4 17th.
Mark Brooks in with the final round of 70. At 4 under, Goosen lead by himself with 2 holes left. There is Brooks on the left over there, and disappointed Phil Mickelson in the scoring trailer.
He might be disappointed, but I think Mr. Brooks is even more disappointed right now because, gee, he just hate that 3-putt to cost the national championship, and that could very well be the fact. And be interesting to see what Goosen and Cink do in the next few minutes.
In his age 40, you just don't know how many more of these opportunities. As we remind you of the U.S. Senior Open Championship, our coverage beginning Saturday, June 30th. Tom Watson will be there trying to take on Hale Irwin, the defending champion. Tom Kite as well will be there. Tom Kite with a 64 today to move into a tie for 5th. But in this Open Championship, the drama has moved to the final 2 holes. Retief Goosen and Stewart Cink getting ready to tee off at the par 4 17th. Par 4 is 365 yards, the shortest par 4. We've seen a variety of scores on it.
Well, you have to hit a good tee shot, Roger, on this hole. That's all there is to it. But if you can hit a good tee shot, you definitely have a birdie opportunity. And like I said, if you can happen to hit a good iron shot, you're going to have something 4, 5, 6 feet for sure.
Well, that hole's cut in a very receptive place, but the key is you do have to get this ball in the fairway, and preferably in the left third of the fairway, to have a real good shot at it.
Yeah. But you don't have to hit it too far. It's just what, an iron, right, Raj?
Well, it certainly is for Goosen. Very long iron player, so that's just a 2-iron, trying to get it down that left-hand side.
And you can see through the chute here at 17, 40, just 8 yards wide in between the canopy of these trees here and here. So, and it's just 45 yards out that occurs, but he'll play it about right there is where you want to hit it. Nothing fancy, just swing down the line, which he's done. It's a good swing there, Roger.
Oh, this is beautiful, Johnny. Right in the left center of the fairway. If it'll stay.
I think his tempo looks even better today than it did at times yesterday, Roger. Got a little quick on and steep on a few, but I haven't seen that today. Playing a good round of golf. Started -5. He's still -5, and I figured if somebody could, that was in the 5 position, Sink and Goosen, if they shoot 70, it was a lock that they were going to win this thing, or at least get in the playoff. Sink, Rogers missed the 17th fairway with an iron most of the time, all 3 days. It's a little bit shocking there.
It doesn't set up particularly well for Stewart's fade. If you get to losing it just a little bit right, it'll trickle way right.
So he's a little farther on the right side of the tee, so he wants to be hitting it down the left side, just about the edge of that tree there. These shadows can be a problem sometimes, Roger.
Yeah, they can late in the day. And Stewart will regroup, and this is the wise thing. Re-tees the ball, starting his routine.
Yep.
Over again.
And he's in a great spot also because this is a birdie hole for him. He birdies this, he's, you know, even with Goosen if he doesn't birdie. So he's got a great opportunity right here to get all square with Goosen.
Has been a little wayward, and fairway is hit today.
This is good, though. He's turned this right to left, going down the left center of the fairway, left side of the fairway. Very nice.
Boy, that was a fine example of taking your time, not hitting the shot before you were absolutely ready. Let's go to Jimmy Roberts.
Dan, thanks very much. Here with Phil Mickelson, and we haven't had a chance to discuss this, but I'd imagine you're pretty disappointed. What happened out there today?
Well, I just didn't play well. I don't know what else to say. It was a golf course that I felt I could really get to all week and could really go low on. And today I just didn't get that feeling. And what really turned it for me was after 8 holes of really fighting, not really hitting the ball well. 9 was a turning point because there was a pin I could get to, and I just hit a very poor drive there and made 5. But it's a day that was disappointing, sure, but I'm not going to beat myself up over it. It's an opportunity slipped away, but it was a fun week, and I really enjoyed having a chance at least.
For you, was it a matter of execution, or was it a matter of perhaps not taking the right approach?
Well, I certainly will get defensive about my approach because it was the right way to play this golf course. I made a lot of good decisions, and I did not make any double bogeys throughout the entire 4 rounds. So with that being said, I felt like I accepted the missed hits, but I just had to execute, and today I just didn't execute.
Phil, you're a champ for stopping by. We appreciate it after a disappointing day. Let's go back out to the 18th hole.
And Sergio Garcia, this for par.
He had a beautiful second shot in there. Just missed it right over the edge, his first putt, but got to be disappointing for him.
Young Spaniard, Johnny, began the day just 1 shot off the lead, but a 77. And Rocco Mediate in the same position that Sergio was to begin the day, 1 off the pace. Rocco kept it together later in the round than Sergio did.
Hit a great second shot above the hole. It's a good-looking putt. It's coming back. Rocco.
Good way to finish for Rocco. Gets him back to 2 under.
Good playing there, huh?
And that'll get him into next year's Masters, top 8. And the Open at Bethpage, top 15. So good playing by Rocco Mediate. Speaking of the next Open Championship at Bethpage State Park, the Black Course in Long Island, New York. You see the dates, ticket information there. You can log on to the USGA website, call the number there, or write to Far Hills, New Jersey, and a look at the Open sites beyond 2002. It'll be on Long Island, the New York area, and 2 times in 3 years as it goes back to Shinnecock after the trip just outside of Chicago to Olympia Fields. So, Stewart Cink at 4 under, tied with Mark Brooks in the clubhouse at 4 under. After a good tee shot at 17, what's he got left, Raj?
105 yards to the hole, Dan, and as Johnny said earlier, he's got sideboards left and right of the hole. Boy, this is a great opportunity to get it close here into the wind. He can get plenty of spin on it, Johnny.
He needs to put some pressure on Goosen right here. to say, hey, you better birdie it too, because I just knocked it stiff.
Especially, you know, with Cink at 4 under and with 18 on the horizon, just not a birdie hole. This is it.
Yep. Everybody's off the course but this twosome.
This is sand iron. Ball a little right of the hole, drawing back. Wants it to spin back. There
And it will come back, Roger. What a shot by Cink.
Down in the funnel, what a great shot.
Talk about delivering at the moment.
There are some excited people out there. The whole golf course is buzzing. Well, Goosen, that made it look pretty easy, Roger.
Wow, that got a pretty big reaction from the crowd here.
Yeah, it did.
Retief waited for that to die down. This now is sand iron. 101.
The people here just don't know Retief Goosen. Let's face it. He hit solidly?
Yes, he did. This ball a little right of the hole.
Well underneath as you look at Cink's approach.
That was
much closer, and
Roger.
Goosen's continues to fall back. Another look at that great approach by Cink from above 17.
Stays so still, his head never moved a quarter of an inch. Plays the fall line perfectly. I guess perfectly would be in the hole, but
and the reaction from Cink.
That's exciting. Boy, you have to do that to appreciate that shot.
Well, let's go visit Ed Snead. Ed?
Thank you, Dan. Mark, you did some great things on the golf course this week, and today, playing this last round under open conditions, I thought you took what the golf course gave you and played U.S. Open golf.
Well, thank you. I tried to. You know, it turns out a couple of the bad shots I hit, you know, maybe early in the round probably, you know, proved to be fatal. But, you know, you never know. I mean, 18's tough, and I was trying to play conservative, you know, when I should have. And I got two great breaks in the back nine at 12 and 16 with balls to kick back and play. And, you know, the only good thing is I still could have made bogeys from where the balls ended up, and I didn't. So. You know, unfortunate to finish with a 3-putt, but it was only my second one this week, and it's not too bad.
Well, take us back to that 3-putt at 18. It was a long putt. The green was a little bit slower. You had to be guessing there.
I was guessing, and my speed had been pretty good all week on the long putts. You know, because I had to play to some areas where I left myself long putts, and you know, 16 I kind of misread the speed on the birdie putt there, and. You know, 18, I don't know. I think we read it right. If I'd have just hit it a little bit easier, I think it'd have been just right. And the second one, I don't feel like I hit a bad putt. I just, you know, it was a little slower and, you know, kind of went up there and acted funny when about the last 6 inches. But I know a lot of people have missed important putts, and, you know, I'll live to breathe live to play another day, and we'll just keep going.
Well, you may be playing tomorrow. Those fellas have to play that tough 18th, too. Congratulations, Mark. A wonderful U.S. Open. Back to you, Dan.
Thanks, Ed. You're right, Ed. Don't go home yet, Mark Brooks, to Fort Worth, Texas, because there is plenty to be decided here, especially with 18, the toughest hole, still looming for Goosen and Cink.
You got a good line on this putt, Roger?
Yes, John. It's a little better than 30 feet, and the first, 15 feet of it or so are uphill and moving a little bit to the right, and then when it crosses a ridge, it starts going back down, and we'll be turning to the left. Double breaker.
Not a hard putt speed-wise, though, is it, Roger?
No, it's not. Overall, more break to the left than there is to the right, that's for sure.
Good pressure putt.
Goosen will be at 5 under par as he gets set for the 466-yard 18th. You know, unlike his countryman Ernie Els, Johnny, the reason that we don't know Retief better over here in the United States, unlike Ernie, who plays most of his golf now here in the U.S., Retief chooses to still live abroad. He lives in England. He says he doesn't live in South Africa because that proximity in England allows him to be able to travel from a better location. But on the European money list, 35th. His best was a tie for 5th last week at the English Open, so he came in playing well, but still
surprise.
Surprise, absolutely. Because in the 3 previous Opens, he's missed the cut in 98 and 99, although he did slip into a tie for 12th last year at Pebble Beach. But you look at the track record, and it doesn't indicate where he is right now. So Cink for birdie to join Goosen for the lead at 5 under.
This is a pretty straight putt, isn't it, Raj?
Yeah, this is just over a foot, John. Not much break here. Goosen just took a good look at the scoreboard, front left of this green, so he knows that Cink and he will be going up the last hole tied.
And it'll walk over to the 18th, tied for the lead in the United States Open Championship with the most difficult hole ahead of him.
I'll tell you what, Raj, this is going to come down to who can make a drive and put it, a good drive, and put it in the fairway.
They just posted the birdie by Cink on the scoreboard up here at 18, so the crowd reacts to that. They know they've got a couple of players, the only 2 players left on the golf course. Final group tied for the lead.
Wow. Well, you talk about a pressure-packed tee shot. This is, you miss the fairway here, the odds of making par and getting in a playoff tomorrow are pretty slim, unless they both bogey. It could be a
3-way deal, who knows?
Yeah, it could be a playoff tomorrow at -4 very well, but if somebody can hit a good drive.
There is Mark Brooks, and by the way, he was talking with Ed Snead. It appeared that he might be doing the trunk slamming thing, but
I can't believe he is.
Stick around.
I think Tom Kite stuck around until just the last 30 minutes because he figured everybody might have a heart attack, and that's the way you should think.
And how they've played 18. Cink has had good success in the back 9, and he has had good success at 18, 1 under.
Well,
this was a moment ago as Stewart came up to the tee box at 18, took a little glance over at 18. 466-yard par 4, open on the line. Take a deep breath. Let's get it done.
Well, he hit that 3-wood, Roger, on 12. It went about 9 miles. It's possible. I don't know if he's going to go with the driver or the 3-wood because he definitely hits that 3-wood a long ways.
Yeah, he's got driver out now, John. And I'm sure that deep breath, he's just trying to calm down. That reception he got coming to the last green made the hair on my arm stand up. I know that. I'm sure it did that or more to him.
Well, that's such a clutch birdie he made there. He had to have it. That was the last chance to get to that magical 5. He knew it, and he took advantage of it. So I think if he gets this in the fairway and Goosen doesn't, we might have a new champion, obviously. Let's hit it down the left side.
This ball going down the left-hand side of the fairway.
Oh, that's pure.
Very good.
That is pure.
The slope will bring it a little further right.
And a little green patch. I'm not sure what that is, but nice little green patch.
This feeling a little reminiscent of Oakland Hills back in '96 when Tom Lehman and Steve Jones were tied on the final tee in the final group. And remember, Lehman picked up that bogey, and Steve Jones went on to win as a qualifier.
Well, let's see if he can swing nice and level and not make that little sharp downswing where he comes down too steeply and comes over it sometimes. because those limbs are right there on the left if he were to do it. He's aiming right though, Raj. A little surprising.
Rock and roll!
Trying to hit a little draw this ball. Drawing slightly down the right center of the fairway.
That was a great shot. I didn't know he'd play that shot, but that was very gutsy and long.
That was blistered there.
That was a very cool shot.
Still a lot of work. Second shot at 18 at Southern Hills with the Open in the balance. One of the most intimidating shots you will ever see. Approaching 8 o'clock out on the East Coast. Near 7 o'clock here in Tulsa. Championship trophy in the balance at Southern Hills. Final group at the 18th, tied for the lead. South African Retief Goosen and American Stewart Cink. Both players in the fairway have just hit pressurized shots to give themselves a good opportunity to get it on the green in regulation.
Well, I was very impressed with those two swings there, Roger, and leaves them what Cink is just around 190 or something. Is that right?
191 to the hole, and certainly the better angle of the two to get at the hole cut on the right, but the better stance will be that for Retief Goosen, who only has 171 yards to the hole and a more level lie down in the bottom shelf here. But this little side hill lie with the ball below your feet will just help you fade that ball toward that right hole location, John.
Yep, sounds good.
Yeah, on paper. Aside from the fact that your heart's beating wildly and you can barely catch a breath.
Boy. Yeah, I'd like to see one of them hit a heroic shot and make birdie and the other one make par. I don't want to see a par and a bogey.
Stewart Cink has been in the 60s in each of the rounds in this championship. Only player with all rounds under par. You see the rise, you see the distance to the hole. Plus, you know that slope is there at 18, much publicized before this championship began. USGA didn't mow it for 3.5 days because it got so quick. It has slowed down considerably, but it is still very, very slick.
It is just 4 birdies, Roger, on this hole today, playing at 4.5.
Retief just trying to visualize up there, taking some practice swings next to his ball, kind of.
Well, Stewart's taking a lot of time here. You can't blame him. His most important shot of his life.
Well, he selected a 5-iron, Johnny, which seems like he's going to have to nail this ball if he's going to get it to the hole.
Especially uphill.
Yeah, and into the wind. I mean, this is
when a caddy, if you are making a mental error because you're so darn nervous, the caddy needs to hopefully say, hey, let's back off, let's think about this.
Into a sea of people behind 18.
This ball turning left.
Oh, man. That is not good. He came over it, hit it plenty of club, but de-lofted it, and it went down, Roger, into some of the longer rough on the golf course.
So, an opening for the South African.
He has 171 yards to the hole, and he selected a 6-iron.
Oh, in a second, Mark Brooks might be unpacking. What do you think, Roger? Like 15 feet left of the hole, forget that bunker and try to hit a high fade?
Well, I'd just try to hit something hard at the center of the screen. If you can get it to go a little right, great. Wind's picking up right now. He's hit it very high, cutting. It's at the flagstick. I don't know if it'll get up into this breeze.
It does. It is up, and it is safely on.
What a shot.
It could be the shot that wins Retief Goosen the national championship. But Stewart Cink walks up to 18, wondering if he has the inner strength to pull off an up and down from the thick Bermuda.
Retief's got a slow putt, Roger, but it's just a right edge or inside right edge, or it's the kind of putt you can make. It's really on the same line that Brooks left it a little short.
Mentioned how all alone Retief Goosen has been at this championship, while Stewart Cink has been surrounded by his family. His kids are here. It's been Retief Goosen pretty much all alone here. Stewart Cink maybe has had the best built-in distraction. He says his kids have been waking him up every day, once for breakfast. You get the feeling that he's enjoyed them being here, especially with Father's Day today and a chance for them to watch Dad win a U.S. Open trophy. In contrast, there's Goosen, 32 years old, who was just married a couple of months ago. His new wife isn't even here. His agent represents about the only really familiar face for a man that plays most of his golf not in the United States.
Well, 1987, he was hit by lightning, and it looks like to me that he's going to catch a little lightning right here.
That was back in '87, Johnny, when he was just 18 years old. While playing golf, he was struck by lightning. He suffered a ruptured eardrum, a heart murmur, and burns. Spent 2 months in the hospital back in '87. Another look at that second shot by Goosen.
Well, I think Roger probably called it right in that he was, looks like to me, he was looking 20 feet left of the hole, aiming 20 feet left of the hole, and hit it dead flush and pushed it perfectly. Go.
And staring at it, yes. Not much emotion by Goosen, but a little off of the cap there. You know, if he had just been chewing gum here all week, Johnny, he would be Ernie Els.
Yep.
So close in their mannerisms, but now Cink looking over in the Bermuda rough. Have you had a chance to check out the lie, Raj?
Well, I have, and it's not a good lie. It has settled down. It's got a clump of the heavier Bermuda behind the ball. It's going to be the kind you just kind of have to kind of chunk and let it tumble and roll its way down, John.
Well, it looks like to me, though, it's the right amount of slope and the right amount of green to work with to do just that. You just chunk it out onto the green and let it do its thing. It'd be a lot harder if the hole was cut almost where he's walking now.
Talked about Stewart Cink's family. He married his wife Lisa. There she is in the summer of '93. Got married at a very early age before his junior year in college, and shortly thereafter they had their son Connor. Their second son Reagan was born the Tuesday of the '97 Masters when Dad missed the cut.
You never know, Roger. Could be like a Larry Mize at the 11th green of the Masters while Norman was looking comfortably on his two-putt, maybe win, and Mize chipped it in on him.
That would be an eye popper.
Could happen.
If he holds this, these grandstands behind the 18th are going to come down.
There's a look at the lie, Roger. We're looking at it now. It does not look good.
It's going to get there, Roger?
No, I don't think it's going to get all the way down there, John. It's got too much of a chunk. Didn't have any momentum.
Is he going to have to putt first also?
I think he does. I think he'll be away slightly. It will be close, but I think he's away.
That should have been his first priority if he could possibly pull it off, is to make sure he got it inside of Goosen. The only thing good about it is if he were to make that, put more pressure on Goosen.
To make the birdie to win.
Yeah.
Boy, can we get it down to the wire any closer here? This has been a very entertaining championship to watch. Didn't involve Tiger Woods, didn't involve Mickelson or Duval or some of the other players that you might think would be in line to win this championship next. Sergio Garcia with his 77 today. Didn't contend on the back nine, but here they are. The unlikely final pairing.
Roger, it's not an easy putt, but it's a fairly predictable putt that Cink has. It breaks right off the putter. There's no flat spots in it that you can see, is there?
Not that I can see. It looks like it may try to straighten up a little bit, but I can't think much.
Well, what I've seen earlier is that once it turns right, the momentum continues to swing to the right, and so we have seen some putts made from this spot. It's outside the hole. What do you think, about 4 or 5 inches or something?
Something like that, yeah. We've got to get it off the hole a couple of balls.
What a scene behind the green. entire Southern Hills gallery wrapped around 20-25 deep at 18. This for Stewart Cink's par. Goosen still with a birdie putt left.
Roger, you could not hit it any better than that. He hit that putt.
That hurts.
He just pured it, absolutely pured that putt.
So 2 putts for Retief Goosen to become the 3rd South African to win this championship. Gary Player, 1965. Ernie Els, 2-time champion in 94 and 97. And as you look at foreign-born champions since World War II, there is Player back in 65, trying to become only the 6th foreign-born champion of the Open in the last 70 championships. Stewart's going to finish out here with his bogey 5.
You can tell his mind was somewhere else, Roger.
Heartbroken, Johnny.
Yep, just over. The tournament, the championship's over.
What a swing of emotions in 15 minutes from the 17th green to here.
The surge of that birdie at 17, Roger, to tie Goosen at 5 under. And now, instead of just 2 putts to win it, Goosen can take 3 putts down there.
And Retief Goosen right now is thinking,
Brooks is there at 4 under, so 3 putts. All I got to do, he needs to 2-putt it. As Brooks lays in there at 4 under, but unfortunate as Cink falls to 3rd. Oh, you hate to see that. Tough to watch. Well, like Ernie Els and really Gary Player, Retief Goosen didn't really know how to learn the game of golf in South Africa. The golf is just not on television much over there, and like Ernie Els did with the Jack Nicklaus Guide to Playing Golf, he said he read books growing up. That's how he learned the game.
Well, you might as well knock it in. Might as well knock it in if you're going to do it. Straight in. Almost maybe inside right edge, Roger. Pretty straight. That was a little friskier than he had in mind, I can tell you that.
Well, there wasn't any real need to hit it 1.5 feet, 2 feet by the hole here now.
Well, he's got enough energy to light up the city of Napa, where I live right now, I can tell you that, and that showed in that putt.
I guarantee you, he said to himself, what did I do there? Now he's got to refocus and just concentrate only on this moment.
And he just saw a guy miss the same length putt, Roger.
Yep, not a good thing to see.
Unbelievable. And he's still not in.
I'll tell you what, I've never seen anything like it, Roger. Never, and he's got a tougher putt than he just hit. Now he's got to put it back into the grain.
Same one
Cink missed. I mean, Mark Brooks could win this thing outright. And Cink has got to be just feeling so bad because he just missed the putt that would have put him in the playoff. How about that, Roger? Have you ever seen anything like that?
Unbelievable. And a guy that seemed so unflappable throughout the championship. And now he's, I mean, this is just kind of a meltdown here. Uphill 9-footer on a green that's not very fast. This is remarkable.
Seemingly so in control. He's in a playoff. Unexpected twists and turns in this championship in the final few seconds.
I'll tell you, Mark Brooks just got a Father's Day present right there, big time. Biggest of his life. I mean, to miss that putt, it's, if anything, down grain, dead straight, impossible to miss it, you would think, and he just cold pushed it.
Stewart Cink had such a golden opportunity to get into that playoff, but all three players, 3-putt, 18. Brooks thought that he was out of it. He's on a cell phone reporting the good news. I'm in a playoff at the Open.
This is Mrs. Estes. Brooks.
Johnny, have you ever seen anything like this?
Well, let's take a look at these two putts because they're not pretty.
Well, first of all, the par attempt by Stewart Cink. Look how close this comes to going in.
It's a beautiful putter. Just 2 inches slower, it's in. Look at this.
And his reaction after watching that par putt just slide away. In knowing that Retief was up there pretty tight for a birdie.
Watch this putt. Leaves the face open, and Retief saw that exact stroke, and he duplicated it. I mean, it didn't even hardly hit the hole.
Cink just had that distance away to join the playoff. Instead, it's Goosen who lets Brooks back in.
Well, they'll be talking about this one for a while.
And what happened at 18. Well, it'll be the traditional 18-hole playoff in the United States Open between Retief Goosen of South Africa and Mark Brooks. Yeah, that about sums it up right there.
I think everybody's just standing around saying, did that really happen?
Noon Eastern Time on ESPN. The coverage begins 2 o'clock Eastern Time right here on NBC. Retief Goosen and Mark Brooks to decide the 101st U.S. Open. We're still not through with our coverage here. We hope to hear some of the thoughts of one of the most bizarre Open championships in a long, long time. Right back. Mark Brooks and Retief Goosen in an 18-hole playoff to decide the U.S. Open. And during the commercial break, Johnny Miller, we've been trying to put this in perspective. I mean, you can go back through the major championship history and point out certain individuals who have missed putts to get into playoffs, missed putts, very short ones, but the events that happened, beginning with especially Stewart Cink's birdie on 17, he's got the momentum. They go to 18, and then he gets in the rough at 18, and thinking on that last putt that Stewart Cink missed that it wasn't going to matter, and you got the feeling that when he stroked it, he didn't think that it was going to matter. In the end, it did, and it's what left him eventually out of this two-man playoff.
Well, you saw the look on Goosen's face. Last time I saw that look is when I saw a deer in my headlights. The brain was not working. Actually, he's got to be very careful he doesn't make a mistake on a scorecard, because right now he is in another spot. I'm telling you right now. But I have never seen a person 3-putt an easier putt to 2-putt than that one. It was a little dead flat into the grain a little bit. It was dead straight. All you had to do is just put it up there somewhere and just knock it in. And the second putt was amazing, but I think seeing Cink's putt block it to the right and miss it, maybe he got a mental image of that same thing and he duplicated it right on the button.
Well, let's take another look at Stewart Cink's putt. Again, this was the one that was for par.
This was a perfect putt. It just was literally 2 inches too hard. If it was any easier, it had gone in.
In folks, this is what all is left for Stewart Cink to join the playoff after what transpired after this putt for bogey. Double bogey. It's the kind of putt that's going to haunt him a long time. And then Goosen.
Well,
for his par, the miss.
They call it Goosen a putt, and I'm sure now they're going to definitely call it after him.
It is a nickname that you don't want to garner, especially with a spotlight on the world of golf right on you. And speaking of Retief Goosen, he is with Roger Maltby right now. Raj?
Thank you, Dan. Retief, you have to be shocked. Can you tell us what happened on the 18th green?
Yeah, I don't know what happened on the second putt. I couldn't see it going right at all. I just trying to hit it straight and it went right on me. So I was quite surprised at that. But, you know, that's golf, you know. At the end of the day, tomorrow is another day. I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning and come back here and try and be determined to win it. I'm not, I've learned a lot today. So tomorrow I'm going to be a lot more relaxed out there than I was today.
I got to ask you, which of the three were the hardest? Was the hardest?
Sorry?
Which of the three putts was the hardest?
Well, probably the third one was probably the harder putt. I mean, like I say, I don't understand why the putt went right on me, but you know, it is a little bit worn around the hole there. Stewart's putt went very badly right on him. So, you know, tomorrow is going to be a nice day. I'm looking forward to it.
How do you regroup and get ready for tomorrow?
Well, I just do the same I've always done, you know. I like the course. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I'm not worried at all. I'm going to do it tomorrow.
We wish you well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Jimmy?
Well, Roger, thanks very much. And Mark Brooks, what were you thinking as you were watching the drama unfold before the final putts on 18?
Well, I'd already unpacked my locker, and I was ready to go. So, you know, he hit two great shots on 18, and, you know, it's just a very unfortunate, you know, turn of events for him and really for both of them. They both played so well. But, you know, I three-putted 18 as well, and wasn't a couple inches away from being 5, and I'm sure if I'd have been 5, he'd have two-putted it.
You said you three-putted and bogeyed 18 as well. What was your thinking at that point? Did you think that it was over for you, or did you really think that there was perhaps a playoff in the offing?
Well, they were only posted through the 15th hole. I guess he birdied 15 to, you know, get back to 5, and you know, you can easily bogey any of the holes coming in. So I didn't know it was. I didn't think it was over till they both hit, you know, their drives in play on 18, and. You know, it's a tough shot, but he hit a great shot in there.
I know this may be difficult for you to answer, but are you shocked at what you saw on the 18th green as you sat in the locker room?
Yeah, that's shocking. It's shocking, and, you know, I feel bad for him. Right. He'll be ready to go tomorrow. I'm sure of that.
All right, I'm sure he will, too. Mark, thanks for joining us. Best of luck tomorrow. Dan, back to you.
Okay, Jimmy, and Brooks kicking himself a little bit. I mean, he's obviously happy to get in the playoff, but he three-putts 18
All
as well.
three of them
He two-putts, and he wins.
Well, you know, it's just a funny game, so you never pack those bags till the last putt is holed. And right now, Brooks has got to feel like, hey, a little serendipitous. I got another shot at it, and Retief is, you know, it's really bad, and I'm sorry for him, but he's definitely in denial right now. That was just a shocker.
Well, we were hoping to talk with Stewart Cink, but obviously very disappointed, and he declined an interview with us. But nope, now we're hearing that Stewart Cink may be coming out, and he perhaps will talk with us after the double bogey at 18.
Well, you got to hand it to Mark Brooks. He shot a good 70 today. Retief Goosen hung in there well, 71. Cink 72. Rocco 72. Of course, Tom Kite 64. So there's some good scores there.
Okay, Mark Rolfing.
All right, Dan. Stewart Cink, I know it's going to be difficult. Can you put your thoughts into words right now?
Well, I'm not really hanging my head because I really thought the crucial putt there on the last hole was the first one, not the second one. After I thought I hit a pretty good putt for par there, and it was kind of hard to dig in and really concentrate on the second one.
Would you rather have seen Retief make his putt?
I would definitely have rather seen him make his second putt or his first one. I guess it doesn't matter, but you know, I played against the situation today, and on the last hole there, the situation I was playing against wasn't the outcome.
All right, well,
and so
it was still a great championship.
Yeah, I'm pleased with the way I played, and I hung in there, and I had a pretty darn good chance to win the national championship, and I'm going to do it again.
All right, congratulations. Back to you, Dan.
Thank you, Mark. The playoff tomorrow, noon Eastern time on ESPN, 2 o'clock Eastern time on NBC between Retief Goosen and Mark Brooks. Coming up next on NBC, except on the West Coast, it's Weakest Link, followed by Fear Factor. So for Johnny Miller, Gary Koch, Bob Murphy, Roger Maltby, Mark Rolfing, Jimmy Roberts, and Ed Sneed, this is Dan Hicks saying so long from the final round of the 101st U.S. Open. Yet to be decided in a bizarre turn of events. A playoff, 18 holes on Monday.